30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
You're saying it's cool that she protested Jimmy Carter's funeral because he was a slave owner?
Yeah.
You might be the only news guy to sniff this out, Gene.
Well, it's just facts.
Who owned the slaves again? Was it Jimmy Carter?
No, it was James Wiley Carter or somebody.
Yeah, his great-great-grandfather.
Okay.
See, only two greats.
Two greats.
I mean, that's like yesterday.
I'm sorry. He's slurping on pancakes, shouting facts.
He's slurping on pancakes, talking about straight slave facts out of Georgia, and he's right.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Lightning suck.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't come down from 2-0. You just can't.
You can't come down from what?
Well, you don't have any idea what we're talking about. But sometimes, you don't have any idea what we're talking about, and then you'll just put your redneck insight into whatever you think we're talking about, and you happen to be brilliant, just like yesterday when you were talking about how Jimmy Carter his great-grandpappy owned slaves. And we're like, no, he didn't, Gene. And sure enough, 2 greats ago, the Carters were having African Americans pick up peanuts.
Yeah, 29 of them.
Oh, 29 of them.
Yeah.
Woo!
So anyway,
That's
we were watching. That's half of Atlanta back then. We were just watching the news right now and watching how the Tampa Bay Lightning first round of the NHL Stanley Cup Stanley Cup playoffs. And down 1-0, Panthers came. By the way, the defending champion, Florida Panthers, come in here. Which don't they have a couple of our players? Like we did a couple trades. And did any of their players they gave us work out? And I know that a couple of theirs. Didn't they have? Who do they have? Is it Tabachuk or Tkachuk? Was he a Lightning?
No, never.
I'm trying to think, Seth, if you know.
There's been a lot of guys over the years. I mean, Verhaeghe went there.
Yeah.
There's been, who was it? I don't know.
There was a recent one. And so anyway, all the players we've sent then seem to work out. None of the players they've sent us, I can't remember any of them. Probably not even on the team. So first, we get them the first round. They're the third seed. We're the second, or we're the third and they're the fourth.
Yeah,
something like that. And we got home ice. They come down here the first game. I think it was on Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday.
Yeah,
whipped our ass like we were stealing chicken, 6-2. Then let me my insider that I had was right on the under.
Yes,
just wrong on the team.
Yes, I was happy about the low-scoring game, except I wish it was
I got a
reversed.
former NHL guy I've been talking to. He's a really good guy.
Nice.
Played a couple years in the league, 3-4 years in the league, and he's I'm talking to him. He's like, "Hey, take the under. Definitely take the under." And I bet you the Coop's going to have them all fired up. So I would go Lightning and under. Well, so I go to my FanDuel account and I try to. FanDuel sucks.
Well, you can't. The only place here that is legal is the Hard Rock.
Oh, you have to get the Hard Rock app.
Yeah, FanDuel's
so is that
dead here.
Seth? Is that the deal that all these big, regionalized Indian reservations cut with the U.S. government is like they geo fence out all the like the DraftKings and they make you use the localized reservation app to do your sports gambling. I think that's what they did. So, I mean, I think that's what the deal they cut with the Native Americans and saying, listen, and as part of us, killing most of you and taking all of your land and giving you, what is there? I think there's only like, is there a casino in that Panhandle?
No.
Okay.
No.
Is there one in Jacksonville?
No.
Okay. There's the one in Miami?
Yes.
There's the one in Immokalee?
Yes.
And there's the one here?
That's correct.
So all the Indians in Florida, basically what you got was 3 reservations. And and with gambling rights and stuff, they shut the horse tracks down. Although they allow limited gambling, I guess cards only at the horse tracks.
Yes, it's level 3.
If I was the state of Florida, I would just say no more horse tracks, no more gambling. Let's start, sell the property for commercial and or residential development, and let's just make everybody go to the Indian reservations to gamble. Boom. But I also think these states have taken and told these Indian reservations, develop an app. An app where people can bet on the game, over, under, points, parlays, yippee-yo, and then we will make it so that people that live in Florida can't go on DraftKings, can't go on any other, betting nationwide betting site because you have to use the Indian reservation app. You have to use theirs and not any of these nationwide ones. Just like Pornhub.
Why are you so for the Indians?
No, why am I so for them?
Yeah.
Oh, Gene, we really, if you go back and look how bad we treated them.
Yeah.
Oh my God, bad. We treated them worse than. I mean,
well, we pretty much eliminated them.
I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick or not.
Well, you don't think they didn't kill some of us?
Well,
I think we killed a little bit more.
Gene, they killed some of us when we were coming and taking their land. So that's like saying, Gene, somebody's going to come.
Some of them wagon trains were just, trying to move west. Well, they wasn't trying to kill nobody.
No, try to move west.
They were families.
Hold on, Gene. Trying to move west to take Indian land. All land, Gene, was theirs. Every bit of it was theirs.
Who told them that?
What do you mean? They were first ones here.
So? That means they get everything?
Yeah.
No. You got a bigger gun or a bigger dude, you might get some of your property too. It was the Wild Wild West.
Well, Gene, you know what?
I'm sorry that they didn't have enough guys.
Gene.
They had bow and arrows, we had guns.
That's how it ended up working out.
Right, that's how it worked out. So that's why you got 3 reservations now.
It was very, very unfair. We
ain't stopping the horse tracks, wasn't it?
We really, really, really were not cool to the Native Americans. We came in.
We weren't cool to each other. We shot each other too.
No, in the Civil War, yeah.
No, in the Wild Wild West.
Not really.
Well, look what happened with Wyatt Earp and them. They didn't shoot Indians. They shot white guys.
That was white guys that were stealing from white guys.
Gene.
Okay, then. They still killed each other.
I'd love to see Gene write a history book.
Gene,
let me tell you something. So the Indians, they had these stupid-ass bow and arrows, and we had these muskets.
They should have
and we just blowed them away.
They should have got business like in the beginning. Said, let me give you a little bit of this. Don't kill us.
They did. And
they did, Gene.
But
Gene,
96% of their population was.
You believe everything
slaughtered.
you read, Lummy?
Yeah, Gene. In the
you
history.
believe everything you read. You had to read it because you wasn't there.
Well, yeah. When I see
either was your granddaddy or your great granddaddy.
What I don't see Native Americans just kind of hanging out. Yeah, I think 96%.
All of America, if you can wrap your mind around this, all of America was owned by the Indians, all of it. And then we came in and slaughtered them all, and then gave them these little plats of land around the country that they now call reservations, but it was like literally it ended up being like 5% of we took about 95% of their land, almost all of it. And
well,
I think
we gave them a mountain and a stream with it.
Bubba, I sent you like a little map.
We gave them a mountain. So is that an added value?
Right.
Is that like,
That's, you know, that we gave them
like
prime
living
property.
Is that like,
we didn't
okay?
just give them the desert.
We didn't say we didn't say you're going to live in Lakeland. You're going to live in Tierra Verde with some water, huh?
Right.
Is that what you said?
Exactly.
I sent you a map where it shows how we took their property and then gave them a reservation.
Yeah. We would give them like 2 turquoise stones and then we'd shoot them in the face.
We gave them education.
No, we would literally.
We gave them a lot of things.
No, and we raped them. And Gene.
We didn't skin none of their heads.
Yes, we did. Now, let me. What?
So the blue is what the Indians owned when we came over. The gray is with the colonies, and then
how do I stop this? It's a moving thing here, right?
Yeah.
I got to see how I stop. How I stop it.
It's not letting you stop it.
Okay. So, Gene, when we first started. Now, where is it? Right,
we cleared Florida right out of the box.
Yeah, we got Florida right out of the box. Does that make you feel happy, Gene?
Yeah, I like it.
Does that make you proud that we kicked the Indians'
Well, I'm not
ass?
going to go looking for no little war arrowheads or nothing because there can't be many there.
Let me. Where's the final? Like the final that's like that.
Yeah.
I wish you'd let me stop it. Maybe I can stop it there, or it's not letting me stop it.
What's the orange mean?
That's pretty much what the land they have now is, and it's not letting Bubba stop it.
Yeah.
What do they got? Texas? Is that Texas?
No,
or
hold
Louisiana?
on. Here in a minute. Hold on. Right there is all they had. That's what they used to have, and we just slowly took it all away. They
probably didn't have enough people to keep the property up.
Gene, they had enough people for Gene. They had enough people to populate all of where. When this map starts blue, right? There, that's where they had enough people in, and then when you kill people, Gene, there's obviously not enough people to sustain your land, and then we take your land and we keep moving you until finally somebody said, okay, we're done, and this is what you get right there. Boom.
Well, they just didn't adapt to the right of war right away.
Well,
Oh boy.
I think I need to be playing this a little bit earlier than normal, Lummy. He's shot right out of a cannon today, is he not?
Yes.
The View.
Do you notice how Gene is an equal opportunity offender? He doesn't care if you're white, if you're black, if you're Hispanic, or Indian. He's got some smart-ass remark for you.
The views and opinions made by Gene Lasker are not necessarily those of our advertisers or this radio station. Now, let me tell you something. If you do not like Gene's opinions, you're probably just stupid.
You know, Trump's paved the way for a guy like Gene to become president one day.
Yankee Jib, $10.
He really, as we keep dummying down, Seth, Gene becomes more electable.
I mean, I don't know how surprised you'd be, but the majority of people seem to agree with Gene.
He did run for student. Listen, when he lived in Dunedin for a minute, Gene, I think it was when you were living with that Russian girl or something.
No. I just hooked up with Sarah. We moved over to Dunedin.
Oh, okay.
And now wanted to be the head of the.
All right, so hold on. Coben was getting. They were giving Coben a hard time in school. And the car line was messed up, and you just,
it was just ridiculous.
It was ridiculous.
How to drop your kid off and pick him up.
Right. So Gene, who has a big ass dually, he'd be hopping the curbs, and they would be giving him, yelling at him,
car.
Send a note home with Coben that your dad's, violating car line code, and all this kind of stuff. So then Gene, you were actually on the show then.
Yeah.
We were running campaign commercials. Let me see if there's if there's any of those in the system.
Okay.
Maybe type in Gene Lasker campaign or he was running for. He's like, let me tell you something. He went into the principal's office and goes, let me tell you something. I'm going to run for school council.
No, it was the teacher thing. The
parent teacher
being the head of the
conference.
teachers.
PTA. Oh.
Yeah, the PTA.
Yeah.
PTA, okay.
So I'm going to go in there and boss them around. So I was just going to revamp the parking lot and make everything smooth and help the people that drop their kids off.
Did they ever give you the results? Like, did you get beat by a lot, or do you know?
No. They completely stopped me from being in. Remember?
Oh, so I think they came up with some kind of rule that since Coben had just started there.
I think they came up with the Bubba the Love Sponge rule. I had too much power behind me.
I think they actually said, Yes, that was what really did happen is the Bubba the Love Sponge rule, and God forbid we get this nut job on our board. But I think they found some little language that said your kid had to be in school like 2.5 or 3 years, and Coben had just started.
They probably just wrote that rule in.
Yeah. But they see, Coben just started. He just literally started this place. And so they wrote in like, your kid had to have been at the Dunedin Elementary School for like
and I had to be part
years.
of the teachers
The existing PTA.
For 2 years beforehand.
Yeah.
I couldn't just run right out of the box.
Lasker actually was running for PTA president.
Yeah.
And
I'd have fixed that school. It'd have been great.
Ooh, I can't really talk about that, Macho Man, on the air because I don't want anybody. This is one thing I don't want to talk about.
I understand, but it was very sexy.
Yes, that's very sexy. That's very sexy. Is that a 6-banger? Like 1, 2, 3, 4. I like that.
Looks like 6, yeah.
Yeah. Sethy, can you? Oh, you can't see it, can you, Sethy?
I saw he had just emailed us.
Macho, I'm going to put it up on the screen, but I don't want you to publish it, okay?
Got it.
Don't publish it, and nobody comment on it, okay? But I'm thinking about, Lummy, when we do, our gimmick, we're saying our gimmick, that this be, kind of the configuration. What do you think about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course.
I don't think he likes it.
Who doesn't?
You, Lummy.
Oh, no, I do. I just don't want to say anything.
Of course you don't.
Right, he just don't want to say anything.
It's dumb.
Jesus.
Hold on. You think that's dumb?
Yes. You want a better idea? I'll draw you one.
Okay, you draw me one. Okay. I'd
That looked preposterous.
Okay. Gene, for $1 million and not looking at your phone or
I'm not
or
looking
chat,
at nothing.
Could you spell preposterous?
P-E-R.
Yeah, you're already messed up.
Oh, P-I-R?
Isn't it?
P-U-R.
Well, it doesn't matter.
P-O-S-T-E-R-O-U-S.
Preposterous.
If I spelled it that way, you'd know the word anyway.
Right.
So even if it wasn't right.
He's mad. He's mad because you don't like what he showed you, Gene. So he challenged you to a spelling bee.
He always does that.
I
That's okay.
I think this
But
is
if I
gonna
wrote
be
preposterous down on a piece of paper, you'd read it and you'd say preposterous.
preposterous.
And maybe it not be spelled right, but it could be spelled that way if it was spelled that way in the first place. That's the way you'd spell it.
Keep looking, Mach. But yeah, you're putting down what I'm.
You're in left field.
Yeah.
You're trying to make it a shortstop. Keep running.
How about this? Okay, do not publish this, guys. Do not publish this. How about something like that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's better.
Something like that. Yeah.
See, look at you. See, step what? Because you sit next to him, you got to agree with them.
Okay, let's listen.
You
Gene,
love the other one. Now you love this one, and it's completely different.
I never said one word about the other one. And
okay, cool.
And if you want me to say something, I will. I don't think it's that great.
The first one.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't want anybody to be
It
upset.
looks like a simpleton.
Yeah, it's just
dumb. It's just the wrong angles.
I like the other one.
I like the blue one.
Yeah.
I like the blue one. I like that one a lot. Mm-hmm. All right, so let's move on before people start,
I'm only half a yes man, Gene.
Yeah, Gene, not everybody's a full no man, not like you are. Like
I'm
you're
not
just
a full no man.
Oh,
I agree
you are.
with you.
Full no man.
You're just a full no
when
man.
everything is right.
You're
I
a
just got
full
my
no
own
man.
opinion, and I don't.
As you know, the Pope died, and now people are catching heat because they have his body in laying in wake, and you can go and you can see him.
So you're not allowed to smile when you look at the dead man.
But here's the deal:
I think they're doing selfies.
people are doing selfies with the dead Pope.
But they're smiling. That's
and
what
they're making people mad. I mean, the Catholic Church is getting mad, but I watched some of this, and they look like they flattened the Pope out.
Yeah, they did.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Like, hold on here. Let me
His
see.
face is way wider than it was normally.
Hold on.
Aspergiamo il corpo del nostro Papa. Rendiamo grazie a Dio.
That's a smoking ass coffin, though. Oh, that's his root. That's his headgear. That's flat. Heater's down in it.
I'm trying to see, like, is that him right there?
Yeah.
No. Oh, so they got his hands. No, hold on.
What do you think happened, Bubba?
No, hold on now. Let me see
Did
this.
they rope his fingers together?
Like, how did they get his hands that far down?
He had long arms.
Like, Did they put? Is his legs down here? Is his legs? They got holes down here, and they put his legs down here, and then you just see the upper torso.
Oh, that's rosary
Because
beads.
I mean, if you think about it, if you put your hands,
he was a
your
short guy.
Your hands only touch your penis.
The dude was only 5 foot.
If you cross your hands and like this, and I have short arms, but if you know your hands only go down to about your penis.
Yeah, that's what it says.
What? So what are you saying? What's your conspiracy about the Pope?
Okay. Well, hold on.
Look at the length from the hand to the bottom of the cuff, and that's the length of his leg.
The colors are green, so would be ours. Red, black, not green. Okay, yeah, we got it. Thank you, Mach. Don't listen to Mach. First of all, we will listen to everybody except Gene. So he doesn't know. He knows nothing about.
He knows nothing.
Be like me going in there and telling him the equipment to buy for powder coating. Like he has no idea.
But don't you think Gene knows aesthetics and colors? Like, don't you think he knows what looks good and? Okay,
he knows I do.
He does.
Yes, but we have space requirements too.
Yeah, but hold on, everybody, just quiet. Just everybody, shut up on the whole deal. So now, Lummy, here it looks like they cut the casket in half.
Yeah,
no, it's just the angle of the film.
No,
looking long ways.
No,
his hands look huge.
What? God, what in the? This is an angle. I mean,
like, where's his legs?
From his hands down.
But where, like?
It just looks short at the bottom because the coffin's up higher on that right there where your little dot is, an arrowhead, and his feet are flat against the board. See there, it looks good that way.
Okay, all right.
What the hell?
and you want to pick out that
he
stuff?
Did, in that angle, he did look like he was cut in half.
Yeah,
there he is. And he's got like a kung fu grip gimmick on the deal. And what do you do? Like, what do you do? Like.
What do you do at any funeral? You look for a little while until it gets awkward, and then you let the next batch of people in.
Yeah, but they didn't know.
Supposedly they're catching a ton of heat because people are now people the public and what have you are getting a little too close to the Pope, taking selfies, and people are getting a little. I guess the Roman Catholic Church is getting a little full hot on the deal.
Is the casket open?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's full open.
Why ain't it got a glass top on it?
Probably because I don't know.
I wouldn't want to be looking at the dude in the fly stop on his nose.
Well, they probably got some fly traps around there.
Man, I didn't think about that.
This guy used to play for the.
Yes, Tommy Pham.
You ever been to a funeral and a fly, lands on their face and you want to swat it off? And
no.
You hit it and it moves the makeup and then you messed everything up.
Oh, but you did. Doesn't Gene kind of live the life of Kenny Powers?
Well, Gene does
a
go
little
to.
bit. I mean, he like that's something Kenny Powers would get into.
Well, he does go to a lot of funerals.
He does.
So I mean, I think he's probably seen as much as you can see at a funeral.
Yeah. So, Gene, have you been to a funeral before and there's a fly circling around the mouth?
Yeah, and when we kept landing on the dude, I said, "Get off his face, man!" I kind of swat him and bumped his nose, and I didn't realize
he
there was
smudged his
an
makeup.
eighth of an inch of makeup on him.
Yeah.
I try to wipe it try to fix the cake, but don't really work.
Yeah. So once you've
That
disturbed the
revealed his
original
true blue skin.
once you've disturbed the original, Undertaker's makeup job, now there's no way that you can just kind of finger paint it back on. You know what I'm saying?
If I had like a popsicle stick or something, it would have been a lot better.
So Tommy Pham used to play for the for the Rays, and I guess he was getting heckled. And by
this dude's got CTE, man.
By some fans
in LA,
and he gives them like the jerk off kind of, how, well, you'll see. And by the way, I think Major League Baseball fined him $10,000 for this.
Yeah, they think
that's what he's doing with his right hand.
Well, you'll see it now.
They said he did one too many strokes.
One too many. So look,
it's glove and the fan.
So a fan was saying like, "Hey, Pham, when you gonna get a hit, buddy? Jesus God!"
But you're looking at the whole crowd.
Well, he's out there for the game starting, and somebody's heckling him, and so he gives him this.
The fan, well, they're.
Hold on here. Hey, Pham.
Glove. It's glove.
You miss Tampa? Who's better right now, Pittsburgh or Tampa?
Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
It's glove and the fan.
I think if he just would have
it's glove and the fan.
I think he does 4. If you just do 1, like bam, bam.
Yeah, but he went slow with it, Bubba. He didn't do like a quick little one. He went he looked like he was really
enjoying it.
He looked like he was
He
next
should have
up.
done the round eye the hand signal where you make a little round circle with your 2 fingers and your 3 are out.
Maybe,
I don't know what the gimmick is, but I see people doing it.
Maybe he was signaling a female.
Yeah, maybe there's a hot girl saying,
That's
"Hey,
right.
I'm at the Crown Plaza, room 521, honey."
Well, it's glove and the fan.
Yeah, that's what
I'll choke you.
And well,
He
it's
did it
glove
slow, like
and
he
the
was
fan.
next in line at a gangbang.
Yeah.
He was.
Yeah, he did.
He did do it too slow.
I mean, yeah, if he would have gone a little faster,
It might not have been so
it
bad.
might not have been so bad. But so I got this story from yesterday. I figured I'd burn it off. Florida postal worker was arrested after allegedly she drank vodka on the. You could never be a post office guy.
Is that my mail lady?
Wow.
She drove the wrong way under traffic and threw some red Solo cups out of the vehicle before she got pulled over. Is this the story, or is this just picture? Oh, here, it's got an actual story.
Oh, good.
Yeah, and the thing about it, if you're
When I started WeatherTight Windows,
think about it, if you're a postal worker, Lummy, I think you just pick up your load of letters and packages at the main place in the morning, and I think they give you enough to last you all day.
Oh yeah,
and then you're done.
Yeah.
And see, I don't think you're dealing with any supervisors or anybody. You're driving your little truck around from
The quicker you get it done, the faster you can get out of there.
right.
Yeah.
And she figures, you could really drink on the job, no problem.
And a drunken mail delivery. A postal worker is facing charges for allegedly being drunk on the job. Fox 35's Kelsey Cairns spoke to a witness who saw the reckless driving and immediately called police.
It was a close call for one woman who narrowly avoided an accident with her local postal service worker.
Whatever.
Dash cam and quick thinking helped lead to an arrest.
The thing about it is you can't really do anything on the road anymore because everybody's got a dash cam.
Everybody's got to want to.
Everybody's got a dash cam.
33-year-old Caitlin Dye is facing charges accused of drunk driving while making mail.
Hold on. And
That's a move.
Seth, she must have been like maybe suicidal or say something like that, because that's when they put you in those confinement jackets. So usually when you get your booking photo, it's like orange jumpsuit, or sometimes before you even changed into your orange jumpsuit, you could even have your regular clothes on.
Well, she's smart because she went postal and got strapped down, and now she's going to bank.
Oh, so she really is postal.
Yeah.
Hold on. Where did she break traffic in?
Man, she may have whipped that left right in front of that car. Man.
Deliveries in Melbourne.
Right there.
We saw a mail truck driving in the wrong direction.
Yeah, it's a green
Yeah,
line.
but you can't leave. You can't get into the left lane oncoming traffic and wait on the guy to pass you.
Yeah, you can.
Direction.
Come on, man.
Look at her.
In the same lane that we were in.
An eyewitness who
There's
did not
enough
want to
mail
speak on
ladies out there, you know?
Yeah, they're all men.
It'd be.
No, I got a mail lady.
You do?
Yeah.
camera, explaining she saw the whole thing play out right in front of her.
She proceeded to.
Gene, is she thick? Is your mail lady thick?
I don't know. I just see her head poking out the window. You know? I've never seen her.
Drive in zigzags all the way down the road until she got to the stop sign, where she proceeded to kick a Solo cup out of the side of the mail truck.
Melbourne police report it happened Saturday, April 12th.
She was literally off-roading in the mail truck.
Okay, that's
Hold
a
on.
little much.
Yeah, that's a little much. She's cutting the corners, going over the curbs.
Oh, the dude's got his
Officers
mailbox way in
responding
the
to the
back.
intersection of East University Boulevard and Lipscomb Street.
My son was in the car, and she almost hit us.
An arrest report says she told officers she was invited to a party on her mailing route and decided to take her 10-minute break and go inside.
So hold on. So, I think with the U.S. Postal Service, you get like a 10-minute break like at 10 a.m. You get like an hour lunch at like noon to 1 or 11:30 to 12:30, and then you get like another 10-minute break at 2 o'clock. So she decides to take Lummy one of those 10-minute breaks to at her buddy's house who's having a party.
Yeah.
Yeah. She advised that this had happened approximately 45 minutes prior to our contact with her. Caitlin stated that she does not drink normally and that she only agreed to drink at the party because she was going through a lot emotionally after a recent pregnancy-related medical issue. So maybe she lost a baby or something.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? You almost got to give her a poor little break. Poor little thing had a miscarriage.
So what? She's gonna go kill somebody else's kid?
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
right.
But she didn't.
She said she fell asleep though, and the speed bump woke her up.
Yeah.
That's
Where
bad.
she told
And that's what speed bumps are meant to do. Wake up the drunk, you know? Speed bumps are not made to make you go slow into your apartment complex. Speed bumps are made to wake you up when you're coming home from that party.
Well, I mean, if you
so that you can park efficiently.
If you had to guess, would you say that she drinks all the time?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that today she got out of hand?
Yeah.
Today she went a little hard in the paint.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she had a blue solo cup.
Because nobody, Seth, just thinks about this on one particular day.
Nobody wants that taste in their mouth.
Like
in the
Lummy.
daytime.
Like Lummy right now is not drunk, but he's tuned up.
Yeah.
And this isn't just something he thought of today.
Yeah, look.
This has been going on since, Jesus, Lummy, you've been drinking on the job probably since... probably when you first started as a co-host, you didn't start drinking because you needed to be sharp and afraid. But then the more you solidified yourself as a major player here, then that's probably when the alcohol started. Do you have a start date on your alcoholism here at work?
No, it's been going on for a very long time.
Right.
But I can tell with this. I mean, I'm an expert witness here.
You got it completely dialed in.
Oh yeah, see, she was too. That's why she's lying, because she had a blue solo cup that she was using to swish her mouth out, and that she was drinking out of a red solo cup. So she was making sure that she would get so drunk that she had two different cups, so she would know which one to drink out of and which one to save.
The blue might have been mouthwash.
Yep.
Blue equals mouthwash.
Yep.
Red equals vodka.
Yeah.
Is that how you do it? Lummy, I just think that we unearthed maybe one of your little tricks.
No, but this is smart.
Might want to. Do you always have a bottle of Listerine ready to go?
No, that's a good idea though.
Officers, she drank 2 vodkas. Dye has bonded out of jail on a misdemeanor DUI charge. Reporting in Brevard County tonight, I'm Kelsey Cairns, Fox 35 News.
Kelsey Cairns is I'll whatever.
What? She's a cutie.
Not for Brevard County though.
Not for Brevard County. All right, I got to go into words. I want to say really, really on time today, Lummy. I'm working on. We're picking up a new affiliate, a 50,000 watt FM.
All
Tupelo,
right.
here we come.
At Tupelo, South Bend, Fort Wayne, whoop whoop, Grand Rapids. We're picking up a 50,000 watt FM probably in the next 3 weeks. And the owner that I talked to, the owner, he's like, "Listen, the only thing I need you to really work on is to hit your 30s. Like, we're building the morning clock to hit." You when you tell your affiliates, you have 8 breaks and you hit one at, 6:30, 7, 7:30, 8, 8:30, 9, 9:30, and then, 5 till 10. He says, I really need you to try to stick to those if you could. I mean, and that's just, we need to do that, Lummy, in order to be, big time.
Yes, all right. So
that's my reason. Yeah, we're just gonna start hitting our brakes a little bit better.
Perfect.
When we come back, we got a ton of NFL draft. We're going to be talking about that a lot. So I'm just going to warn the nearly 1,000 people that are watching us on Facebook. I don't know how many on X. I don't know how many on Facebook. I don't know how many on locals. I don't know how many people are just audibly listening to us on Bubba Army HQ, Spotify, iHeart, AM 820. 90 was it 98 is it 98.3 Macho Man over in Pinellas County?
Yes.
Yeah, and Fabrizi and Mike's Pizza, and then a lot of people listen to us on 98.3 over in Pinellas, and then I think it's 96. Is it 96.7 in Hillsboro?
Yes, sir.
And then of course the big flamethrower, if you are out of Pinellas or Hillsboro County, that would be AM 820. Not to be confused with 103.1 in Fort Walton Beach, which, Lummy, I'm working on them. And, Gene, I'll get with you because Emerald City Harley already said, I got Gene a bike. He's going to send some pictures over, Gene, to give us some, like, we can pick our bike.
Oh, cool.
Like, brand new. I said, Gene likes ape hangers.
Not really.
You don't?
No. They're dangerous.
I like ape hangers. They look badass.
I know, but if you fly off the road, you can't steer.
Yeah, there comes a point where you can't steer.
Right.
Well, I hope you're not flying off the road.
But Gene, here you are, man. If you are,
someone cut you off.
Hold on, Gene. But here's the thing: if me and you are,
just popping around,
let's just say
cool.
I'm an outlaw. Okay, let's just say I'm an outlaw. And you and I got to go over to Orlando for some business.
Yep.
And I got my ape hangers all up here, man.
Yeah.
That looks. I mean, it looks.
Oh no.
It looks badass.
Oh yeah, it does.
I mean, it makes you look like a real biker. I do like. What's that black one that you got that you drove to Barp?
Yeah, that's my Street Glide. That's a nice bike.
Is that your A level bike?
Yeah.
Oh, now what bike do you have? Do you have another one?
I got a couple more.
Remember when you used to borrow my bike, and then I would get reports on Monday that the stupid stuff that you'd done on it?
I know. That's why when people ask me, hey, how do you wheelie? Oh, well, you got to practice. Well, what do you got to do? I said, well, the first thing you do is borrow someone else's bike.
Right, so you're not scratching up your fenders and your pipes.
Yeah.
So we got a ton of NFL draft stuff to do.
So y'all put your chains on and let's go.
We're working on doing that bike ride for Deputy William May. I'm working with the Walton County Sheriff, Emerald City Harley, Shannon Burke, my boy Griffo. It's going to be a complete JVC function, Lummy. We're Bo and the guy from Highway 98, and then our new rock station we have up in Fort Walton Beach.
Oh, nice. That'd be awesome.
And so I'm working and trying to put that all together. Gene, I'll give you some dates to see if they're good for you. I think they're going to get us hotel rooms, and it's going to be great. It's all tentatively. It's sponsored by Emerald City Harley.
That's cool.
And the owner of Emerald City Harley is named Gus. He's a great dude. Today's show. Now I'm just telling you, if you're not a sports guy, today's show is going to be a lot about sports. There's two big things happening in sports right now. One, the NFL draft. And the news of the NFL draft is Shedeur Sanders
did make it.
Slipped out of the first round. Now, Lummy validated. Seth tried to fight me on the deal. But and I'm sure you listeners via chat who are always so pro me, but you're usually pretty honest. But I did say a couple times I was afraid he was his stock was going to fall. I was pretty sure he was going to fall.
But do they do it on purpose to get him to the right club?
No, you know what they usually do? They do it on when you fall that much. I mean, Seth, you're as familiar with the NFL trade as the NFL draft as anybody. This is probably the highest profile fall that I've seen in the last. I can't think of anybody that's fallen completely out of the first round that was projected to be a top 10 guy. In the last 5 years, can you remember?
I mean,
there's been
here's the deal: is the NFL needs a storyline every single year of when someone's going to get picked and when someone's going to not get picked. And because of how popular Shedeur Sanders is, he was a storyline. The NFL tweeted about him yesterday. They go, it's going to be a legendary day. They were showing him off. And I would say
he came out with a statement.
Yeah, and I would say the majority of people knew that he wasn't going to get drafted yesterday. A lot of football people knew.
So the NFL draft, although Lasker had the best idea ever, let me tell you something. I started watching that draft. And this and that and this and that. I proposed and got a big pop out of Seth organically. He's like, it seems like it goes real slow and everything, and everybody think I proposed that, and it's a brilliant idea. Each team would literally have 15 seconds, Lummy, to pick.
Yeah.
But Lasker goes, I think you do the draft during the Super Bowl, the halftime of the Super Bowl. Instead of having like Travis Scott and some stupid stuff on there, some black guy dancing that I don't know, I think you should just do the draft during the Super Bowl halftime show. And Seth was like, oh my God, that's funnier than hell.
Well, it just looked that way, but it was so bright and crazy, and everybody was cheering, and
Tennessee Titans,
was happy.
Tennessee Titans, you're on the clock. You got 15 seconds. About enough for you to pass the card up to the dude and read it off. Then the other big continuing story is this, and that is the Shannon Sharp deal. I think, in my opinion, Shannon Sharp could not have played this situation any worse. I think he got bad counsel coming. I mean, I really do. And he's all. I mean, Seth. I think Seth predicted it yesterday, and then it was validated later in the afternoon. But he's done. ESPN,
He's done.
ESPN absolutely validated yesterday that he'll never be back.
Well, no, he said he's stepping away, and
he
said he's stepping away and that he would be back at the start of the preseason.
Yeah, but I think ESPN had came out and said that they'd already had mentioned, I think before, and I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. I got to go to Words Let Me. But I think that ESPN had already started circling the wagons and getting the message out that they were out of the Sterling Sharp business. And then came his statement that he was taking a step back, trying to figure this all out. We'll wade through. I could be wrong. Am I wrong? Which came first?
There's plenty of other black guys to do announcing. That's not football players.
Disney they're standing behind Shannon Sharp currently.
They're still behind him?
Yes.
Oh, okay. There you go.
He decided this on his own to step aside, and ESPN pretty much said we're here for him.
Well,
of course I said it afterwards.
Lummy will return with all that and more, a few other things as well, on the Bubba Radio Network.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
No, because now it's over.
Well, now I start eating it.
Oh, well, now we can't see your...
I know. Doesn't get laid that way.
How about it? Say it.
Bubba, Gene wrote steps towing on his banana for his advertising for the day.
Okay, I'll make sure I go to that.
It's hard to read that second P.
Well, yeah, because you got into the brown spot.
I see that, yeah.
I gotta pick and choose the right
How
spot.
about it?
Kind of new at it. Yesterday it was perfect. Nice and bright.
Did you get that from 7-Eleven?
Yep, 7-Eleven.
How about it?
He said, I see a little bit, Mr. Lasker.
Good. I'm glad he's calling you Mr. Oscar. Don't be disrespectful.
Look, Sterling could be a pervert too if he was hanging out with Mark Chmura.
He wasn't, though.
Oh, my neck's sore. I gotta use your hot tub, Mark.
How about it, Gene Lasker?
How about it?
Gene, this is what we're going with. You ready?
Yeah.
Don't fucking say anything.
I'm not saying anything.
Because you got a fucking mouth on you.
I see it says hot mic.
Okay, look, this is what I think I'm going with. Now that's pretty fucking cool, don't you think?
Oh, yeah. It looks like the Starship Enterprise.
See, like I put you like right there, look.
Yep. Wow.
I like that.
Yep. So you can get that whole thing in one whole...
K5.
One whole click, right?
Mm-hmm. Seth, don't say anything. How about that? That's what I think. I think that's it right there.
That stuff that's on top up there, man, you can really dial yourself in with that.
But that's only a 5-banger. I need a 6-banger. Well, we only got a 5-banger now, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 5-banger.
Listen,
Let me right here.
Yes, sir.
This is what we're
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. He didn't even look at it.
He's like, the TV's up there.
He was at the door.
Gene,
He wasn't even through the door. You're saying, oh,
Gene,
yeah.
I can see right there.
You're guilty, Lummy.
Gene?
By the way, he's doing a job.
One day, when I know you don't have your knife on you or something, Lummy's gonna fucking absolutely choke the shit out of you.
Yeah, he's way bigger than me.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like one day when I know that you ain't got nothing on you to retaliate, I'm just gonna have Lummy just Shannon Sharp the shit out of you. Choke the shit out of you, Daddy.
He's a professional wrestler too, like you. Daddy, if you want to drop the Addy. And at least dude's wrestling that alligator. That's crazy.
Agenda has already resulted in a administration.
Them guys, some of them alligators, they can jump up and then their tail pushes them in the sky. Man, a 4-footer man come up on it and it looked like a damn lizard the way it jumped in the air.
Round 2 of 3 is where you make it.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. Great day yesterday for or 2 days ago for my birthday. Thank you so much. Again, Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, all of which are at the Bubba Army. At the Bubba Army. Let me see if we got anything today. That's the 24th. Today is the 25th. No activity for today. Don't forget Bubba Army Shop and Bubba Army merch so that you can get your merchandise. We're running extremely low on the Bubba Army Alpha. I sent Volume 24 Cologne. I sent LM Clothes, I think 10 bottles yesterday, Lummy.
Yes, yeah.
So,
he's going to sell them out.
He sent me LM Clothes. See, I didn't really know that he was that big of a clothes guy, but he's got like his own boxes that say LM Clothes on them. Like I think it's a high-end guy, haberdashery clothing store.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
in New Jersey. And he sent me these kind of nice, not usually I wear like basketball shorts. No, I think all of us do. I don't think, Seth, what do you wear for bottoms? I usually wear basketball shorts. Lummy wears basketball shorts. Dan wears slacks. Gene wears jeans. And because he goes, and what do you usually wear? Do you wear shorts?
Well, for bottoms?
Yeah, for bottoms. Here at work.
Yeah, I mean, I got shorts. Like
right now, what do you got on?
I have sweat shorts on.
Okay.
And a comfortable T-shirt.
Yeah, okay.
What are they, shorts?
They're they're sweat shorts. They're made out of
like the
sweatpants.
Yeah, like
material.
So you cut them to fit your own?
No, they come pre-cut.
They come hemmed and everything.
Sometimes when I'm walking around downtown St. Pete, I pull them up real high.
Why? So your balls
so you fit in with the other guys.
That's right.
Like so that your balls kind of camel toe?
No, Gene said it.
Oh. Mach, what do you usually? You're like usually basketball shorts for your bottoms, aren't you? Usually.
Yeah.
I like to wear posing shorts. Yeah, like banana hammocks.
Not yet.
Yeah. Are you dieting right now? Are you getting ready for a competition or anything? Oh no.
Where can he diet out of?
You're getting ready for that music festival.
We're bulking right now.
Bulking.
Yeah, he's bulking right now. Macho goes through different phases. Like he'll be bulking where he's trying to get extra big and strong, and he might be 15, 20 pounds heavy, and then he'll cut. When do you now? And because he's got a music festival coming up, and he'll start cutting and trying to lose weight and get all the water out of his body so his muscles look leaner. I think isn't that the way it goes usually?
Yeah, 6 weeks prior to November 1st.
Is that like a full-time job doing that?
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah, it is. It's a full-time job. Gene has taken his banana, and you wrote steps towing on it?
Yeah, it's my advertisement shield.
It's your what?
My advertisement shield.
I thought you said retirement shield.
Oh, but can't you read the banana from...
No, I can't. I can't read it.
What's the matter with that, Lummy?
You can't read it.
Hold on. I might be way behind, though. Hold on. I can't.
Why? Because it's dulled out because I wrote on the brown.
Yes, that's the... Yeah, you got to
Well, all I got was the brown banana, man. It was, too ripe. Yesterday I had
I don't like... I can't eat bananas unless they're damn near green.
Really?
I can't eat a brown spotted banana. I just can't. And I prefer my bananas... I like to put my bananas in the refrigerator for like 10 minutes or so and get them a little cold and crispy.
That's dumb.
But what do you mean? No. Anybody else like their bananas that way?
So no brown spots and then fridge 10 minutes cold and crispy.
Something like that, yeah.
Wii 76, $20.
Thank you.
Well, Step ain't never done it because he just asked you how you did that. So you can tell he never tasted it.
Don't forget Steps Towing, 800-330-8651.
You got to be a banana eater to go to Steps.
Go to stepstowing.com regardless of anything that you need, whether it's a lockout, dead battery, flat tire, you zigged instead you're drinking too much on your way home and you ended up in the ditch. You know what? Here's the deal. I mean, if you are drinking too much, and I'm sure that Steps Towing does not advertise this in any way, shape, or form. They want you to be responsible. But Gene, let's say that you're a little bit, well, probably not you, Lummy, let's say you just had a little too many.
Yes.
And you got kind of off into a ditch, but you didn't really mess your car up, but you kind of got it like stuck where you couldn't move. Well, if you could call Steps Towing at 800-330-8651 and you didn't hit anybody.
And they got there fast enough that a cop didn't see you in the ditch.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you get away with it.
You could say, listen, let's put my truck on the flatbed, and you just drive me home.
Yeah, that's no problem.
I'm sure it happens all the time, people.
Yeah, lucky ones.
Yeah. Rosie O'Donnell, I mean, I got it.
That's Rosie O'Donnell?
Yes.
Wow,
yeah.
She aged bad.
She did a lot of things bad. But I will tell you this, man. You know, a lot of these Hollywood, like Ellen DeGeneres and
what happened to her?
George Clooney and a lot of these people that were very, 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 very liberal and anti-Trump and the things that they always scream. Now, you never hear conservatives or Republicans, you never hear them for the most part say, man, if Biden wins, I'm moving out of here. They just deal with it. They're like, okay, well, we got 4 years of this bozo. I don't think, I don't know what type of policy is going to change or anything like that, but I'm not selling my house. I'm not moving to England. I got family here. I got kids in school, whatever. But these radical left lunatics, this isn't like, she's not the first. There's several that have done it. They'll say, listen, if my candidate loses, if my Democratic candidate loses, I'm leaving the country because I don't want to live in America that's ran by some wild man like Donald Trump. Well, old girl did it.
Well, it's nice that they're able to have the house already there, ready to go. Since she's had it since 2017.
Oh, so it was like already a house that she had.
She was already planning to go in there. She just wanted to make a mark.
She bought it during the first term, and this is what's his name. So it's
is this Gary?
No, I think it's Charlie.
Charlie. Well,
hey guys, thanks for taking my call. Can I very respectfully? I love the show. You guys you've done some great topics. I've got 3 quick questions. May I ask those or not?
Sure.
Okay. First of all, there's a subreddit on Reddit called Bubba's Army, correct?
I guess. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. They go on about you guys. First of all,
they go on about us, and it's like, but they know everything about us, and they go on about us, and they know every little thing. But they hate us more than anything. But they know more than anything.
Actually, I don't think they hate you. I think there's positive things. I'm looking at it right now. There's actually nice things said about you guys. What I'm reading.
Okay, good. Thanks, and thank you for that. Reddit, subreddit, whatever. Thank you.
So my question is, okay. So a couple quick things. Did you guys? There's a grocery store called, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's spelled MEIJER.
Meyer.
Is it Mayer?
It's Meyer. It's mostly a northern thing. I think Meyer originally started in Michigan or Wisconsin. I think Meyer started maybe in Wisconsin. But yes, it's a grocery store, kind of like a Walmart. It's got other things too. But yes.
So do you guys know what I'm talking about when I bring up the name right now, or are you completely like clueless what I'm talking about?
I'm familiar with the Meyer grocery store. I don't know if Gene, Lummy, or Seth, or Macho Man, they're familiar with Meyer, but I am.
Never heard of it.
Yeah,
it's not. I think there's 0 locations in Florida. I just happen to know it because there's one in Warsaw. So what about it?
So something happened about a year ago, and I just saw it online. Evidently, there was a guy that worked at the deli counter. He's a 19-year-old kid. He has autism, maybe special needs. Seems like a nice kid, just trying to get through life. Turns out that over like a 6-month period, he had eaten chicken or taken fruit from the deli counter, and his supervisors were monitoring that. They were monitoring what he did. They ended up, you guys can see this online, they called the police on this kid. I saw this yesterday. The police showed up, and, the store manager said,
hey, 3 questions are great questions. He's trying to bring his topics up.
Let me just let him finish.
Okay.
Just let him finish. He's
we ain't got time for this.
He's being respectful. Charlie, he's being respectful. He's not, he's good. He's in bounds so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but I think it's a story because this is a major chain store. I'm not sure if they're worth millions or billions, but you guys got to check out the story.
Okay, we'll check it out. We'll check out special needs counter clerk from Meyer steals chicken and bananas. Go ahead. What was the outcome? Yeah, you just go.
Okay, so all of this was recorded. They called the police on this kid, and the police arrested him.
Okay,
he's very slow. He basically didn't know what he did wrong, and it's bizarre because they basically put this kid in jail. And this is like a 19-year-old, just a normal kid that's got some mental issues.
Yeah.
And
he was stealing.
They arrested him. It's online. It's just super disturbing.
Right.
So, Bubba, can I ask you another question?
Last question, and then, Charlie, respectfully, we got to go because we're busy, okay?
I want to do a show with you, but I want to ask you, where do you live currently? A lot of people online say that you live above your studio. How do you pay the rent? How do you pay your staff? And I want to ask you a question about.
It's tough. It's tough for me to pay the bills. I gotta be honest with you. There's not a lot left over, my friend. So it's tough sledding. It really is. I got five full-time employees. We pretty much just we're funded, a lot by the people that qualify for BARP. We have a monetization template that most radio shows couldn't pull off, but we can because we have the Kenny Prices and the John Costikas and the Shivering Serio Niz Bizes and the Airtight Ski Poles. We have such great, I could go on and on. I could go on, and we're funded by a lot of those people, and then digitally we do pretty damn well.
And now you go by.
And we seem to put it all together and do a pretty damn good job. So anyway, I appreciate you, Charlie. And I do not live above the studios. Above the studios is the Clem's Clubhouse that has a pool table. It does have 2 additional rooms, one of which is for storage, and the other one is where Merch Crick does her merchandise out of.
You got to cut $20.
2 bathrooms up there. Let's not forget that used to be where Tom Bean and all of his people that worked for him had their offices up there.
That's right.
And so we've converted that over to merchandise land. There's a Bubba Army pool table up there. There's a
That's
Bubba Army
full of T-shirts.
There's a Bubba Army poker table up there.
That's full of T-shirts.
There's a dartboard and there's a bar. So there you go.
And I can't never play the dartboard because I always hit the wall and they get mad at me.
And then I got to think, Gene, that there's probably a small concern that you could go a little bit off the rails and take the dart and throw it at a guy. I'm sure that as you're getting your ass kicked in darts and the guy's telling you, "Hey, Gene, you suck at darts," that they have to realize.
Him and I said
they realize that you do have an object that's very sharp that you could throw in the back of the guy's head, and then they take the darts away from you.
That happened before.
Sure. So Rosie O'Donnell, it shouldn't really count that you denounce our president and you go live in a house that you bought, 8 years ago as maybe a vacation home in England, and you're now just going to go live there. I think really in order to be effective, you have to denounce your citizenship. If you're just going to go live in your rental home, in your investment home until you finally politically get your way, I don't know if that's as big of a story as somebody that says, listen, you know what? She lives in Miami. That's where she regularly lives. Had she done a press conference and said, I am selling my Miami home, which I think she kept her Miami home.
Yeah, I think she just sold her penthouse in New York City.
Yeah,
That's it.
I'm selling my penthouse in New York City. I'm not denouncing my citizenship from the United States, and I'm going to live in Ireland that I've had a vacation home since 2017. That's what this really is. But CNN wants to make it all. And by the way, Rosie O'Donnell is also pushing her new documentary.
Oh.
So that makes sense, too. That ties right on into it, right?
Is it about her moving?
I'm sure that's a major part of it.
I was going to say, I don't know what the hell else is going on.
Yeah, what the
now.
hell else would this bitch be talking about? Hi, I'm Rosie O'Donnell. I'm a wash. And what was Rosie O'Donnell? Wasn't she a VH1 VJ?
She's just a comedian.
She was a comedian.
No, but I mean, at first she was a comedian, and then
she did movies. She was like in a league of her own and some stuff. And then
a TV show.
Yeah, then she had the Rosie O'Donnell show, which I think was a big deal for the demographic.
But wasn't she a VH1 VJ too?
I don't think so,
I think
man.
she was.
I think so.
Hey, Alexa. Good morning, Alexa. Alexa, good morning. Hey, Alexa, was Rosie O'Donnell...
Good morning, and happy World Penguin Day.
World
If you're
Penguin
wondering
Day.
what'll do to celebrate, just ask me for a penguin joke.
Yeah.
What's a penguin joke? Give me a penguin joke. Yes, penguin joke, yes. Okay.
Well, Bubba can drop the mic.
Hey, Alexa. Hey, Alexa. Was Rosie O'Donnell a VH1 host?
From Wikipedia.org. In 1988, she joined music video station VH1's lineup of VJs.
How about that?
Nobody knows 1988 like the Sponjo.
Why would you remember that?
Because it was right when I was starting to get into radio, and our program director, RJ Courtwright and Beth Surratt, she's like, listen, I want you guys, because she was a program director, and then we worked underneath her. The morning show, which was Frosty and RJ. She did middays. Carrie Gray did afternoons, and I did nights, and we would have staff meetings, Lummy, much like we had like a little staff meeting a few days ago.
Yes.
We would have staff meetings. We'd go downstairs in the basement, and we'd talk about promotions and all kinds of deals. I was the grunt, so I had to do most of the work. Bubba, tomorrow morning. So this would be my typical day. I would be on the air from 7 to 11, which means I had to get there by 5. No, I'm sorry, which means I had to get there by 2 because I had to drive Carrie Gray, remember? Because he had DUIs, and so I got there at 2. And then I would do his production, which took me till 4. Then I would do my productions, which took me till 6. And then you guys don't even know, before Selector, you had to hand schedule your music. From they gave you this Dewey Decibel system full of cards that had the songs on them, and then you had this big long sheet, and they had A, B, C, A, B, and songs were categorized as A's, which were the top 40 hits on the pop charts, B's, which were the top 40 hits on the pop charts that were moving off the pop charts, C's, which were hits that were at least a year old, and D's, which were hits that were at least 2 years old. And you'd have to go and schedule your music by hand. So I did that from 6 until 7. And then I did my show from 7 to 11. And then I'd have to go out to a nightclub with Carrie, drive him to a nightclub because he had an appearance, and be his schlep boy. And then I'd get a few hours sleep, and I'd have to be live on location from a different construction site in Terre Haute in the 103 PFR Pepsi Cruiser doing call-ins to the morning show. Hello, RJ and Frosty. It's Bubba the Bubba. I'm down here at Wabash and Poplar. There's a big, they're putting up a brand new whatever the hell. And I got free Pepsi for all the construction workers. Sir, what's your name? My name's Jim. I really appreciate this Pepsi. It's really hot outside. I'd have to be there for the morning show to do call-ins, go home, get some rest, and then have Carrie there by 2 o'clock. So when we're down there having these staff meetings, they would be telling I was just the one that had to do all the work. Sucks.
I sent you an example of her being a VH1
So one of the things that Beth Surratt would tell all of us is, I want you to watch MTV and I want you to watch VH1 and I want you to memorize all of the VJs. You know what they, you know, just what they look like, what they say, you know. What, just if they're cool or not, if pop culturally people like them or not. And I remember having to watch, because I worked at 103 PFR from 1986 to 1988. I can remember having to watch this sloth on TV.
Looks like Ace Frehley.
Hold on, say it again.
She looks like Ace Frehley.
She does, with no tan.
See you here on VH1. I am Rosie O'Donnell. Have you folks finished your Christmas shopping? Have you, huh? Have you? I haven't. Not even close. I walked into Toys R Us. I looked at the line. I walked right out of Toys R Us. There was no way. You know, they tried to put on Christmas music like we'd forget that the line was like 90 people long.
Why is she looking to the left like that?
I don't think so, Mr. Toys, Mr. R, Mr. Us, whoever. Folks, let me tell you about Flicks. A Wednesday night at 10:30 p.m. That's 7:30 on the West Coast. A behind-the-scenes look at all the latest films out in theatrical and video rental release. This Wednesday night, they'll be looking at Working Girls, starring Melanie Griffith and Joan Cusack. It's supposed to be a fine film. I like Melanie Griffith a lot. Yes, I do. You know her. She was in Body.
Yeah, if you're a lesbian, you're a lappy smurf.
Double?
Hey, nothing against that. Well, you know what? In fact, anybody here will tell you, maybe even Gene Lasker, this show's very pro-lesbian.
Yep.
Very pro-lesbian. Two women that are getting it on. It's not a bad thing.
No.
What about two dudes making out?
We're pro-gay too.
You gotta be.
As long as you're over 18, man, do what makes your boat float. I don't care. As long as it's not involving kids or animals, go ahead and get crazy on the deal. I got Commando Joe. $10 for Gene Lasker on PayPal.
Thank you.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App.
Used to be married to Don Johnson. Like that's a credit. It's a fact. I don't know if it's a credit, but it's sort of a fact. Don't forget to watch Flicks on VH1, okay? Foreigner coming your way. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Foreigner, a guy with a turban. He'll be here in just a couple minutes.
She's stupid.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Boy, she aged poorly.
Not really.
Not really?
Woo!
Oh, Lordy, it's only 7?
It's amazing with me on time. Steph, do you want to open up your package on the air or no?
Sure.
You got anything? You got a knife or anything?
No, it's I can get it without one.
Last day for Clearwater Recovery, and everybody got stuff piled up on the outside of that streets, boy.
For Hurricane?
Yeah.
The last day they're picking up shit?
For free.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And then after a while, they're going to take it to the dump and they charge you?
Oh, yeah.
How much does it cost to go to the dump?
Like $100 a load if it's like a...
Is it like a 100 a ton or something?
It's something like, so it goes by tonnage, but the type of garbage you got too is a different price. Like the tree stuff is a lot cheaper than the wood and the concrete, and garbage, the regular nasty garbage you have is the most expensive.
What up, Permagrom? What up, Danny? Bubba, you got, I keep forgetting you got $199 tonight.
I know, buddy. Thank you for reminding me.
I feel like it hasn't been talked about enough.
I know. I'm going to talk about it next, okay?
That Macho Man finishes Mega Mix.
But they got to demolish Lang Stadium, and it looks great.
Man, just leave that stadium alone.
What's that, buddy?
Al Lang.
Yeah, now, like, what are they going to... But, like, only the Rowdies play there, right? And can you imagine what that property would be worth for condos or... I mean, isn't that right on the water?
Yeah, there's plenty. I mean, yeah, but, I mean, a team could spring train there.
Yeah, the Cardinals used to.
And the Rays used to.
It's actually a pretty nice place, isn't it?
Yeah. It's an okay stadium, but the view, if just the view in the area make up for it.
Look at that right there.
What up, Longer? What's up, Cash? Dave? Quicker Ticker? Nick? Travis? Tease?
Critton?
T said, hi, Seth. Please tell Gene I said hello. All right, baby. Second and third round tonight. This is where the fabric of teams are made.
It really is, to be honest with you. 2 through 5. If you can catch a fifth rounder like a Aaron Jones, right?
Mm-hmm. Or there's a guy this year is supposed to be a fifth rounder. His name is Big Cock McGee.
Thurman Thomas, I would say. I looked it up.
It'd probably be an interesting report. Let me to look at the great outside of the first round.
What's up, Felix?
The most successful players from. Thank you, Macho Man. Let me send pics from last weekend doing a clean bulk. It'd be interesting to do, let me like a report as to the greatest players from every round, 2 on back.
What up, Unsavory?
All right, I'll look it up. Yeah.
You know, like, back in the day, they used to have 15 rounds. Bart Starr was like a 13th rounder for the Packers. Now they have, what, 7?
Yep. Good old 7. I miss.
Lummy, will you give me the order of round 2?
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, Unsigned Band Thursdays.
If you or you know someone in an unsigned band, get off your ass and submit a demo to
show@BubbaArmyHQ.com.
This could be the big break you're looking for.
That's show@BubbaArmyHQ.com.
A stadium full of millions of listeners
could give you the break you're looking for.
Now back to the show.
Great AI promo. I mean, you don't even need a voice person anymore. You just need Macho Man and Gary and Seth and Lummy to creatively type some stuff and promote what the hell you're talking about.
But the computer's got its own voice?
Yeah, I mean, like, I
like it.
Back in the day, we would have had to pay somebody, for like the Gene Lasker stuff.
The commentary made by Gene Lasker may be offensive to some
listeners. We had to find some uppity-ass royal, English-sounding royalty guy that would charge us.
So now he's this computerized robot?
Now he's a computerized robot.
And not necessarily the views or opinions.
But at the end of the hot mic there, I heard you say to Seth, or Seth say to you.
By the way, his name's Seth. There's no PH on it, but thank you.
But
Sep.
Fish on J, $25.
Thank you, Fish on the J.
Tell me something. You're telling me that, the second round's going to be the best day of ever. It's going to be the best picks. What happened to the first round? Everybody wants to get onto the first round.
Yeah, but I mean, the first round
and pick the right guys.
Yes, but hold on.
But the second round's better.
The first round, just like Seth said, the fabric of all successful NFL football teams is built on the guys that you get rounds 2 through 7, because your first rounder is automatically supposed to be an immediate impact, or a star on your team. That's why. But so if you find these guys in rounds 3 and 4 that weren't necessarily, didn't have the star power, the stats, or the combine to be a first rounder, and they end up being Hall of Famers or just being unbelievably great players, then that's how you build a dynasty, is when you are getting starter quality guys in the later rounds, which are mostly throwaway. These guys are mostly, rounds 5, 6, and 7, it's a 50-50 shot whether they even make the team. So when
after they get picked?
Yeah, after they get picked, it's a 50-50 shot whether a 6th or 7th rounder makes the team. So if you get a 6th or 7th rounder to not only make the team, but to be a star, and you do that enough times, you got yourself, a Patriot-type dynasty. That's where dynasties are built, not on the first round. Because most of the time, the first round, they get it wrong. Ask Cleveland. Lummy, don't forget, tonight's Seth reminded me of it. We've not really made a big deal about it, but tonight is Bubba 199, my birthday.
Yes.
My birthday version of Bubba 199. It's supposed to be packed. It's going to be, I'm going to have to maybe take some medication to calm my anxiety down, Lummy.
Packed.
Because supposedly people are coming from out of town. Nikki and Allie Peeled. Everybody that's anybody's going to be here. I guess, Lummy, Creatine Travis is bringing his, I think at this particular, maybe today she's not pregnant.
She will be tonight.
He keeps her, yeah. He keeps her pregnant most of the time. OFF's going to be here. Merch Crick's going to be here. T. Susan Poitras, not a fan. Maria Guatemala. Allie, just Bubba 199, 8 to 10. The music's been already pre-mixed by Macho Man, so it should be great. It's my birthday, Bubba 199. Appreciate it if you watch us. It'll be on Rumble and on
Twitch.
Twitch.tv/The Bubba Army or rumble.com/The Bubba Army. Lummy will have links of those up on our YouTube, our Facebook and our X.
Yes.
Links for you to go. Let me finish this out.
Very much for joining us. As you know, some people entertain the idea.
Rosie O'Donnell on her move to Ireland and her new documentary.
Of moving abroad after the 2024 election. You actually did it. Tell us about your experience so far, and do you have any regrets?
I have no regrets. Not a day has gone by that I thought it was the wrong decision. I was welcomed with open arms. I knew after reading Project 2025 that if Trump got in, it was time for me and my non-binary child to leave the country. And although I was not one of the celebrities who announced that that's what I would do.
Is that a non-binary? Now, what does a non-binary child mean? Does it mean that you let your kid, and I'm just asking because I'm not going against it. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just trying to see what it is. And it's my understanding that a non-binary kid is a kid that you raise and you don't tell them what they are, if they have a penis or they have a vagina, and you just let them kind of morph into what they want to be. Seth, do you know more about that than I do?
I believe, you don't identify as a boy or a girl.
They'd be like if you had Sammy, and you'd be like, Sammy, listen, it's whatever. As you get older, Sammy, you tell me and Phoebes what you'd like to be. And I think that you put all the power of what this kid wants to be in the kid's hands. Like kids can make the right decisions.
He'll be a real loser.
Yesterday, Walker was Bingo from the cartoon.
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
Is that a guy?
It's a girl.
Hold on.
Well, just bingo. He doesn't know it's a girl or a guy. It just realistically, it's a
It don't
girl
say
dog.
whether it's a girl or a
Hold
guy.
on.
It's a dog.
It's a dog. He's going to be a furry?
He just wanted to be called Bingo. He wanted to just change his name
Why
to
didn't you
Bingo.
say, hey, your name's Walker and you're a boy with a big penis and you're big and you're tough, and when you're on the when you're on the baseball field you're going to act like Pete Rose and plow people over? That's who you are. You're Walker. You're Walker. That's who the hell you are.
It was at recess. The teachers were just telling us.
That he wanted to be.
They were probably lying to you.
Yeah,
he wanted to be Bingo.
Yeah.
Dude, I'll come over and watch Bluey with him anytime. That's my
right.
favorite show.
Bluey, man.
You know Bluey?
I made the decision within my family and my therapist and
my non-binary.
Yeah.
If I got a kid, I'm telling my kid and raising my kid according to their genitalia. Now, as they get older, and they
change on their own,
then so be it. But when I'm your dad, you're going to be a girl. If you're a girl, when I was raising Julia with Heather, there was no question she was a girl. She was a girly girl, and Tyler was a boy. And we never ever had a conversation as a family. Julia, you can be whatever you want. Tyler, you can be whatever you want.
No. He kind of changed.
should he win, and then when he did,
I'm just going to keep it at that.
we made the plan into action, and we were gone before he was inaugurated.
By the way, she lives in Dublin, Ireland now, and it was a place that she bought in 2017. And I think that this whole thing is just because she's not relevant anymore. Who knows who pays attention to what Rosie O'Donnell's doing? Nobody.
Isn't it better though that she bails instead of just sitting around and bitching for 4 years?
I do think it's better, but I think it's also she's got some agenda. It ties directly with her new doc. In my opinion. But I do, I think
she's trying to get that Irish crowd to get into her new doc.
They don't like her over there.
You've been a longtime critic of this Trump administration and a target of President Trump for that matter as well.
I just want to let you know, Rosie O'Donnell, she's a pig. I used to watch her on VH1 until I couldn't. And now she's some weirdo.
He did call her a pig the first time around, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
he did.
Hey, that's my boy.
He did. Let me see if you can find the audio bite of Donald Trump calls Rosie O'Donnell a pig.
What is
Just want to let you know she's somewhat of a pig. I'm glad she's selling her penthouse here in New York City. Don't want it near mine.
been like watching the last few months unfold from abroad?
It's been heartbreaking.
Actually, the BBC is where she'd be watching her news, and they actually, the BBC, if I was to be, completely honest with you, they are very right down the middle, and they report the news the best. They really do. CNN obviously has an agenda. Fox obviously has an agenda. ABC with The View, and CNBC. Every news source in America has kind of picked their team, so to speak, and they kind of report the news accordingly. But the BBC, I watch quite a bit of it. They just say it like it is. Whether it's pro-Republican, anti-Republican, pro-demo, anti-demo, they give you the news. I would suggest to you, man, if you got a chance to watch a newscast on BBC, try it out. And then you're not, Mr. Johnny MAGA D-sucker, and you're not, Joe Biden D-sucker, and you're just the average American that wants to do the right thing. BBC's for you.
I have to tell you, I knew that if I was in the United States and watched him destroy the country...
Well, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it?
The Constitution...
Donald Trump might deport you back to the farm.
Oh, no.
I said she
really pay no mind to any of the laws that the founders stood by and that our country stands for as a beacon of shining light and freedom for the rest of the world. That should he do what the Heritage Foundation said he was going to do in that Project 2025, that we were going to be in big trouble. And it's as bad as they promised, and even a little bit worse. And it's been heartbreaking. And
now, hasn't it been confirmed that he did not pin Project 2025?
Yeah,
that he did not pin it. That he may be going along with some parts of it, but he did not write it.
He didn't write it.
Personally, very, very sad to watch.
I want to talk about your new documentary, Rosie.
Oh, yeah, that's what we're really here for. Thank God they only gave her 3 seconds to promote it.
It covers the relationship between your child and their service dog, Kuma.
Yeah. So, so not only is her kid...
Oh, that sounds good.
Not only is her kid a non-binary, but her kid's got a service dog as well.
I sent you the dog
bites it.
All right, thank you. Hi, who's this?
Bubba.
Yeah.
Mark from Cocoa.
Hi, Mark from Cocoa. What's going on? By what means do you watch or do you get the show?
Florida Man Radio.
Perfect. 103.1.
Yes, sir.
All right, my friend. What's going on for you, buddy?
Have any of you guys ever heard of a movie called Riding My Bus with my sister? Riding the Bus with my sister.
Hold on here.
Mr. Trump.
Is that the one with Rosie?
Riding my bus with my sister.
Riding the bus with my sister.
Riding the bus with my sister.
I think it's where Rosie plays.
Rosie plays she plays a beat to beat.
Yep.
But I mean, you know the
she plays a she plays a what?
A 62.
A
wee pod.
Okay.
Yeah.
She plays.
You know how they say you should never go full. You should never go full do.
Hold on, just call that. She plays a slow person.
Yes.
With mental.
It's over the top. It's so over the top, man. It is hilarious.
Maybe Lummy will be able to find me
it's
a classic trailer of I'm riding the bus with my sister.
It's some of her best work.
All right, my friend, we'll check that. We'll check that out. Thank you.
Because you come easy to her.
I don't think that she's retarded. I think that Rosie's
you don't
probably.
think so? What she just said?
I think Rosie's very far from that. I think she's very smart. She's probably a pretty smart person, although we don't probably align politically. I don't think we align in how to parent. But I think that she may have played the role of a retarded person, but I don't think that she's that.
Would you let her ride you out for your birthday?
No, not at all.
As her character from Riding the Bus with My Sister?
That's right.
No.
Which I sent you the trailer.
No, I did not.
You like her so much?
Mr. Trump.
Let her sit on your face,
Man,
big boy.
Megan Kelly looked beautiful. Was this the 2016?
Yes.
This is, wow. Look how good Megan Kelly looks.
How old is she?
She's 53 right now.
Yeah,
so what
this
is
would
that?
have been like what?
It's almost like she's 40, probably 44, 45.
Yeah, 44 or 45.
One of the things people love about you is you speak your mind and you don't use a politician's filter. However, that is not without its downsides, in particular when it comes to women. You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account...
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
Twitter account...
That's the greatest thing I ever heard.
Rosie O'Donnell.
And by the way,
that pop.
for those scoring at home, he got a hell of a pop on the deal.
Yes, he did.
Had it been cheap heat and the people didn't like it, they would have booed.
Right.
But he got a pop on the deal.
Your Twitter account...
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
No, it wasn't.
Look at all them people clapping.
And then they pip him out. and they put a joint on him. Look at.
Mr. Trump. One of the things people...
All right. Don't forget Bubba 199 tonight, 8 o'clock. Let me. I was talking about LM Clothes. He sent me these badass pair of 3X basketball shorts, but they're not basketball shorts. They're kind of made out of, I think, kind of like the same material that Seth wears, kind of like that, sweat pant.
What, dry fit or sweatpants?
Sweatpant. He sent me a sweatpant pair of shorts that had the drawstring on them and the deep pockets.
It's probably luxurious.
Sounds kind of strange, a dude sending you a pair of shorts.
He owns a clothing company, Jeans.
Oh.
You notice how Gene automatically just wants to go to your
weirdo.
Even when we're talking about some of the greatest listeners we have, like LM Clothes, who financially supports the show, sends great gifts.
He emotionally supports us too.
Emotionally supports us. A great guy. And last year wants to go, sounds stupid. Guy sent me some probably $100 pair of shorts for my birthday. It sounds stupid.
Well, this guy buying a guy shorts.
Because he owns a clothing company.
Okay, well, he's got an easy way out.
John Kostika, thank you for your kindness. Daniel Rose sent me some badass stuff for my birthday.
Nice.
Gooch, of course, bought breakfast yesterday.
What did Daniel Rose send you?
I forget.
Did he send you memorabilia?
No, he sent me some gift cards.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Longhorn.
Yeah, of course, Longhorn.
Boom.
Don't forget tonight, Bubba 199. Go to our Twitter channel if you need to find the link to it. It starts at 8 o'clock tonight.
Mass deportation agenda has already resulted in a...
Hello?
Oh.
Hi.
Throw him on the ground.
Hello?
Kick him.
Too many windows open?
Oh, no.
Well, Trump arrests spike sick. Listen, I'm all for this. Terror arrests, meaning deportation of people that don't belong in our country, have increased by 655%. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, getting people that don't belong here fundamentally off the streets can't be a bad thing. Now, people that are here, there are all types of people not from America that do the roofing jobs and the strawberry picking jobs,
to escape from their
and try to do and do labor that the average American will not do. But those people usually are properly papered and have their have their documentation, and people like Maria Guatemala who did it the right way. So people that are here from crossing the border undocumented, I'm all for getting out of here. Thins out the herd a little bit, doesn't it?
Mass deportation agenda has already resulted in a...
This is as far as it's going for me.
Mass deportation agenda has already resulted in a...
Yeah, Macho says you might have to refresh if you want to.
I've tried to refresh.
Try to skip forward on the bar.
Well, I'm going to do a refresh first. Of course, it's a New York Post. That's one of Lemmy's favorites. One of his go-to Willies.
If you notice, I've been sending less and less of those.
I know, but the one that you did send, Lemmy, gotcha. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's exactly
the one that you did send.
They got me,
and they got you. And now we're gonna go through these whole skid steer attachments because I'm looking at those. Let's see if it works, Lemmy.
Hopefully, resulted 5% increase in terrorists being now in the country since President Trump's inauguration on January 20th.
Lemmy. Like this, it won't let me get off this. It won't let me get off this.
What's up, shorty?
It won't let me get off the volume button. See, look, I'm trying to get. I'm trying to get. God damn it! I'm trying to get off the volume button, so I hit it, and then.
Come on, Nacho.
It's not his fault.
More than 200 known or suspected terrorists have been nabbed by ICE, including one who is on his country's most wanted list.
Oh, I can tell you that guy's wanted right
now. During
now.
the same period, under the Biden administration last year, there were just 29 such arrests made.
29!
The individual who was on his country's most wanted list is Harpreet Singh, who's from India. He crossed the border illegally in 2022 into Arizona and was subsequently released by the Biden administration. At the time of his apprehension at the border, agents did not know his For more than 3 years, Singh was allowed to roam the country with impunity, and the Trump administration now blames the Biden administration for allowing that to happen.
Well, I mean, if the Biden administration let him in, and then they caught him and let him back in, and then it's on them.
Singh was wanted in his home country for terrorist recruiting.
I mean, I got to think that if you're trying to get in this country and they stop you at the gate there, and they do a background check on you, and you tell them, you give them your ID from India, and I would think just like, one of the very first things they do is they run you in India. And when you're part of, if you're wanted in your home country, then that's a hard no. That's a hard no. Now, if you're not wanted, now you got to go down to the next line and convince the guy that you're here for political asylum. Because if you go back to India, some leader is going to have your head chopped off. They got to convince that guy that. Then they might let you in. I still think, I think we're finally saying no to people.
Yes, we are.
That's what's wrong with this country. That's what's wrong with children. That's what's wrong with everybody, is that no is no longer an option. When little Johnny says he wants to be Jennifer, you can't tell her no. No, I don't have to. That's what participation trophies are all about.
What?
Oh, hold on. Dad, my Walker's baseball team sucked, and it got last place. They were 0-8.
Oh, they get a trophy,
but
right?
They get a trophy because the ass-kicking team that practiced, they were 7-1, and they won the whole league. But guess what? Their trophies is the same size as Walker's. Because you can't tell little Walker, you suck. Your team sucks. You don't get a trophy. You get a trophy because no and losing is no longer an option in our country.
Nope.
And that's where that even goes to to who we deport and let in. Yeah, we'll let you in. Hold on. You're wanted in India? You're on the most wanted list in India? Oh, yes, I am. Oh, no problem. Come on in, buddy. And live in our country for 3 years.
And terror funding. He was also wanted for planning grenade attacks on Indian police.
There you go. He's part of
cop killer.
He's trying to kill cops, and he's trying to do terroristic planning. That's what India wants him for. Like, he ain't gonna keep doing that over here.
Luckily, ICE was able to nab him in Sacramento last week. And the Trump administration says they're not stopping here. Department of Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin told the Post recently that under President Trump and Secretary Noam's leadership, ICE is unleashed to remove these violent criminals from America's streets and put an end to catch and release. She said the Biden...
Yeah, I mean, the Biden administration, we're doing catch and release. You like Lemmy, we're fishing with fish on the J. Man. Catch and release.
That's right. Get them and just let them go.
Yeah, get them. Take a picture with them, like you do a fish. It's like, we had the same policies as we do to tarpon fishing. Because Lemmy, I don't think you keep tarpon. They're horrible eating.
Nick McDonald, $20. Happy birthday.
Thank you, Nick McDonald.
Yeah.
So what they do is when I went tarpon fishing with Fabrizi, you catch the tarpon, you take a scale off of it to prove that you got it. You measure it, you weigh it. And then you tell if you want to get it taxidermied, they make you one based on an identical one based on the numbers you give them.
Exactly.
I bought I caught a 115-pound, 57-incher, and here's the scale to prove I caught it.
Did you ever do that?
Fabrizi did.
Oh, nice.
I got one and I quit because those son of a bitches. They'll give you a 2-hour fight.
Yeah, you're done after that.
So I said, Fabrizi, I got him, and I fought him for like 10 minutes, and then I go, here, you take the pole. So Fabrizi put him on this one kind of machine, Lummy.
Yeah, automatic.
And it reeled him right in like 6 minutes. He wouldn't let me do the machine, though.
No? I don't blame him.
Trump's not catch and release. Trump's catch and send back. That's what I need. That's what we need to be. I don't care what president is. What your affiliation is. Catch and send back home. But let's say they happen to catch like a scientist and he's super smart. Leave that guy in.
He can go be super smart back in Mexico.
No, he could be super smart here.
Administration is fully to blame for allowing illegal migrants with terror ties like Singh to roam the country for years before they were nabbed by ICE.
Gene, how much was that powder coating job?
Yeah.
I mean, now, is that wall powder coated? Oh,
probably not.
Just steel.
Yeah. It's got a primer on it.
But can you imagine if that was you could
I've done as much fence as that before.
You've not done. Gene. Look at this. It goes
I'm doing 600 27-foot poles that are 8x8.
Gene, look.
Right now.
Right here.
Yeah.
All the way here, all the way there, all the way there, all the way there, all the way there,
probably about
all the way there.
1,700 feet.
In the country for years before they were nabbed by ICE.
I'm all for it. Not catch and release. Catch and send back.
So that was 452 miles of the border wall.
Whew, man.
Yeah, Gene, you haven't done 452 miles of powder coating.
No.
You couldn't even do that amount. You'd have to have 6 shops to do that. You'd be loaded, though.
I'd be loaded.
You'd retire after that job.
I'm loaded now. I can retire now.
You're rich, aren't you? You're rich, aren't you, buddy? You got more money than you ever had before, don't you?
I got more money than I ever had before, yeah.
Yeah, look at you. I'll start going to you for loans instead of my sister. Hello, who's this?
Yo, Bubba. Good morning. How you doing, Scott?
Good. Don't forget, Bubba, 199 tonight, 8 o'clock. It's my birthday.
I'm on it. Hey, listen, talking about money. The other day, I'm a tax guy, and I was just wondering when Blitz took that. Not to bring you down or nothing, but when Blitz took that money from you when you found out, I was wondering, did you get advised maybe to 1099 his ass so at least he'd pay tax on it and you could write it off?
I can't really talk about that process right now.
10-4.
Yeah, but it's good, great suggestion. I should talk to my attorneys about that. But
within 3 tax years, you could still do it if it was in tax year 21. I forget what year it was that you found all this.
Yeah.
But if it was in tax year 21, you could still go back and amend, and it's worth a shot. I mean, it's nothing illegal. Maybe you can get some, $100,000, man. That's 22, 28 to you.
Yeah.
So,
a lot of money. A lot of money makes me absolutely sick to my stomach. The amount of money.
I did this for another client, and they had a gas station, and this guy was ripping off lottery money, and the people were like, you know what, we didn't miss it because, they found out after the fact, but they 1099 his ass, and then able to write it off. It's not getting the money back, but.
Yeah.
You know what? It's an F you to them.
If I had that money, I'd be as rich as Lasker almost. Hey, appreciate it.
Well, I'm Bubba Army, man. I got all kinds of stuff, and I'm in your corner, brother, and I dig the show, and I talked to you a few times.
Thank you.
Man. God bless you, buddy.
Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you. Bubba 199 tonight, 8 to 10. It's going to be on our Bubba Army Twitch channel or our Bubba Army Rumble channel. Festivities start at 8 o'clock.
You said there's going to be plenty of whacking material. With all the babes that are going to be in the house tonight.
A lot of babes.
You said babes are flying in.
Including Nikki Peeld's wife, who last time she was here, she proclaimed that she wanted a man to break her vagina. She said, I don't think anybody can break my vagina. I'm just saying that's what we got in store.
Is that an open challenge to everybody or just her husband?
I don't know.
Okay.
I know. We don't know. I think... when we get back, we'll go through the draft. We'll start peeling back the draft, and then we can't leave today without getting into the Shannon Sharpe. He has now stepped away. Now, is he, Seth, stepping away from Club Shay Shay too? Obviously, he's stepping away from ESPN's First Take because that's probably a mutual agreement that as this all settles down. But is he going to continue to do his stuff with his production company?
I believe so. I feel like I saw the pod he does Nightcap with Ocho Cinco. I feel like I saw that last night or the night before. I can't imagine he'd be giving everything up.
One bitch will bring you down. One bitch that you have some dirty ass sex with and send some dirty messages to that she's probably into, that you can prove at one time she was into. Then she gets jealous. That you can prove at one time. Then she gets jealous that you got caught blasting another chick. She changes her mind 100%. Now there's condom rules. No butt sex.
She just got up and walked out and went back to the other one.
And then she is like, okay, now now what used to be, hot and BDSM and whip me daddy, that's all now. I'm now keeping all this stuff because I'm setting you up. Now, I absolutely 100% think this is a shakedown setup. But I don't think that Sterling Sharpe's bettering himself in his defense by getting on there nightly with an explanation. I think he needs to circle his wagons around and try to stop this. But he's got that guy from Houston, Tony Busby, who has already done this 26 additional other times and shook Deshaun. What was the final?
It doesn't tell.
I guarantee you it was in the 20s or 30 millions. And now the Busby guy, the attorney from Houston's also representing some of the P. Diddy girls too. So as soon as Busby got a hold of it, it's a shakedown, it's a setup, and it really is, Shannon. It's just that the things that you did that weren't a problem with her, she captivated and now they are a problem.
Is Busby the male version of what? Gloria? Is it Gloria Albright?
Yeah. Yes, he is. And here's the deal, Shannon. You were one, you're 54, 56, she's 20. That's not illegal. It's not perceived very cool, but it's not illegal. And then the message you send to her, I'm going to choke out a white bitch and stuff like that. That was okay just 2 months ago until you got caught blasting another chick. And she, from that point forward, said, I'm going to lure Shannon Sharpe into saying things that she used to say to me that I didn't have a problem with and I actually kind of liked. And now I'm going to say that I don't like them because I am keeping score and captivating all this stuff. And at that point, man, you're a sitting duck. You're a dead duck. And it's not even necessarily your fault. You're probably innocent, but you're going to be maybe an unemployed, broke, innocent person. Much like me. This comes from an expert opinion. It's been through a sex tape deal. I was on the wrong side of it. I don't know what side you're on it yet, buddy.
This guy's on the wrong side of the choking, Bubba.
He's on the wrong side of it, yeah. It's not looking good for him. And here's the things that were okay to say prior to pissing the bitch off, you were just continuing down that stream. You were just saying things that you guys used to say all the time. She just now is captivating it and recording it and keeping record of it. When before it wasn't a problem, now all of a sudden it is because she's keeping record of it. And you didn't because you're thinking she likes to get choked out and fish hooked.
Doesn't he have, wasn't he accused of choking out other people before?
Yeah, first take chick or something. Or FS1.
When he was with Skip Bayless, a production assistant, he settled for tens of thousands of dollars on. So when he was with Skip Bayless, he had one of these. And then he had the Michelle Instagram deal, and now he's got this.
And this was
he's in trouble.
This was an at-work choking. This wasn't a sexual choking, right?
I don't know. We'll have to look into that. Anyway, we got that in the draft, so please stand by.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Laporta, I know it wasn't the sexy Tyler Warren, but I trust the team.
Two tight end systems, what he likes.
Oh yeah, I mean I'm fine with whatever, man. A lot of people had Loveland in the top 10.
How about it? Glad you're getting to hear to me. It's Lasker, and you need to know God ain't going to put money in our pocket. Help out your friends. PayPay, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army.
No, right when the draft is over, they start signing a bunch.
How about it? Glad you're getting to hear to me. It's Lasker, and you need to know God ain't going to put money in our pocket. Help out your friends. PayPay, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. What did he mean by that? They don't make the team, but they sign them.
Well, they'll be on the team with an opportunity to make the team, but chances are
opportunity to try out.
Yeah, they just need the bodies for practice.
Because they usually have like an open invite to drafted free agents, and then if they like you, they'll sign you to like their practice squad. If you don't make the team, right? But then you can get experience and maybe another team could show. Higgins, what do?
No rain.
Keep it.
I hope that 30% on Monday fall right over my head, my shop. Like,
yeah, watch it.
You want it at your house or your shop? You want it
at my house. I don't want the rain in my shop.
You want your house?
Yeah.
Grass dying.
Yeah, it just turns brown, but as soon as the rain hits, I'm back to green again.
Yep.
I bought me some new hoses the other day and some water, little squirter machines. About it. Glad you're getting to hear to me. It's Lasker, and you need to know God ain't going to put money in our pocket. Help out your friends. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. The grass ain't dead because it's turning brown, because as soon as the water hits it, it turns back to color.
When you get that out of the fan shit, that shit's not gonna die.
Oh, shit. I think I have a pinched nerve. I'm fucked.
You fucked, bud?
Oh, pinched nerve, man. Ah, shit.
Lummy, what's Sharp's message?
What you just had on the screen 2 seconds ago.
Right here? That
yeah.
one. Okay.
He screenshotted what his lawyer sent him.
Right, which is this right here, right?
Well, it says my statement is found here and it's the truth. The relationship in question is 100% consensual.
Okay.
But he just took a whole. He took. No big deal.
But I'm gonna play it.
Yeah. Yeah. What's up, Thomas? Travis Hunter's going to be in AEW now. He's going to play offense, defense, and wrestler. What up, LM? Yeah, Steve, it's kind of tough. The massage chair is really not. It's more for the back. I don't think I could get the shoulder.
Hey, Jack in the Box?
Jack in the Box is closing.
Wow. They never made it down here.
They never made it down here?
No, they never made it down here.
What up, Sarah? I know I fucked it up, but we'll be okay. What up, Johnny? What up, Iggy?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Another Brian Smith on the PayPal. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate you, kid. Tonight, 8 to 10, Bubba 199. It's only on Twitch, and it's only on Rumble. Both at the Bubba Army. Will and his T-shirt. Will and his wife's going to be here.
What about his
Kelly? Other? Oh, the third. The thruple.
Oh, yeah.
I guess the thruple.
They broke up?
No, I think they're still together. I just think that the thruple part.
Tonight's just a date with the wife, not the.
Yeah, tonight's just Kelly. I don't know what the thruple's name is, but I guarantee you they're a thruple.
Oh yeah.
Will never definitively says they are, but I mean they are. When you see him at Barp, they both got their boobs out, and they're taking them right around the farm. They'll put them right in your face.
Maybe you get to the bottom of it tonight.
Well, she's not going to be only the wife's going to be here.
No, I know, but
maybe I could get to the bottom. Say, hey, maybe I could take Will aside and said, hey, Will, give me the. Let's talk like men's here.
How'd you pull this off?
Yeah, I mean, is it really a throuple? I mean, seriously, good job, by the way, on that. So Shannon Sharp, former tight end and fellow NFL Hall of Famer with his brother. I think it might be the only brother combination in the NFL Hall of Fame. I don't know that there's any other brothers that are in the NFL Hall of Fame.
So
Sterling
Eli
and Shannon. Oh, did Eli make it?
I don't think so.
Not this year, right? Yeah, no, he didn't make it this year.
Yeah. So if Eli makes it, is Archie Manning in the NFL Hall of Fame?
I don't think so.
I don't think he is either, because could be like that could be like maybe the first father-son deal, and then if Eli would make it, it would be the second set of brothers, because the first set of brothers just went in with Sterling Sharp, formerly a Packer, getting in like on the last year of eligibility. Shannon made it. I think Shannon was a first-time ballot. Like he was boom. So Shannon Sharp is this African-American gentleman who is in great shape. It looks like literally, here he is. It looks like he's an unbelievable dresser. Good-looking dude. Well-spoken. Great podcast. Great contributor to ESPN's First Take. Has been somewhat of a journeyman when it came to being the color commentator or a co-host of a sports-based show, as I think he first started with Skip Bayless. Was Skip Bayless his first introduction into sports broadcasting TV?
He might have done some minor stuff, but as far as the debate goes, yeah, after Bayless left ESPN, I believe Sharp was not too far behind in teaming up with them if it wasn't right away.
And they made for an interesting dynamic. You kind of had a crotchety old white guy that was very knowledgeable about all sports and somewhat of a legend. And then they paired it up with a freshly retired, good-looking, well-dressed, studly Hall of Fame tight end and Shannon Sharp. And they made for, they had a hell of a run. They had what, 6 to 8 year run with Fox, with FS1.
It looks like his original one he was on the CBS Sports NFL Today. He replaced Dion.
Oh, okay.
Sunday mornings?
Yeah.
Okay. When Dion went to do coaching and his various Dion stuff, then Shannon replaced Dion on the CBS deal.
Yes.
Kind of cut his teeth there. Then FS1 made a run at him to host a daily show with Skip Bayless. And they had that show for, 7
years.
7 years. And it was an interesting dynamic because you had an old crotchety white dude who knew a lot about sports, and a rugged-ass, thick black guy who's a Hall of Famer nonetheless, and, knew football and other sports from a player's perspective. It worked well until it didn't. And now, in the midst of what Shannon's going through right now, which is, rape, sexual harassment, sexual assault, he's a very sexual, freaky guy. Which, to each its own. Privately, you can do that. But in today's world, you better be covering your ass. The more freakier and the more crazier and the more outside of the box sexually you are, and the more high profile you are, the more you better be either having a burner phone that you're saving all messages on. Because, Lummy, if he was, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody in the room, if he was, part of the problem is he wasn't trying to set her up, so he wasn't baiting her with various things, and he wasn't really keeping and saving and archiving things that she was saying. So, because that she probably said some very incriminating things. And now she was a 19, freshly out of high school, 19 turned 20-year-old OnlyFans chick that he was seeing. Her name's Gabby. And they were in a relationship. Or at least what she thought was a relationship. Then comes let me backtrack a little bit here. And that is, while he was with FS1 and Skip Bayless, and correct me guys if I'm wrong, But while he was with that particular setup, so let's not forget he started his broadcasting career with CBS, and then Fox lured him away and put him with Skip Bayless, I think Lemmy said 6 or 7 years. And while he was with Skip Bayless, and this comes from a reputable, verified Twitter account, Shannon Sharpe was accused of choking a female production assistant per FS1. Before Sharpe's time at ESPN, when he was a co-host of FS1's Undisputed, he was accused of choking a female production assistant in the workplace. Now here's let's say that we're a little bit more fancier than we are here, and we don't have a staff of 6. We got a staff of whatever, and we're these big time TV stars. Never. And he wasn't the boss or anything like that, like a Roger Ailes kind of deal on Fox. Lummy, if you're the boss, you could somehow maybe pull that off. But if you're just a talent, at this point, you're just a co-host with Skip, and Skip probably has a little bit more pecking order than you do. How do you choke a chick at work? I mean, and think that would ever fly? I mean, was it in a let's make out in the corner behind in this dark little, cubby hole? Because listen, when you're on a TV set, man, there's all these little black walls and things, and it's a big warehouse that they make look good on TV, but there's all these little places to hide and things like that. Do you think that it was let's make out in one of these corners, and she likes to get choked out? I mean, I just don't understand.
Could be right in one of them little cubicles. Left hand on her throat and right hand up her dress.
You're right.
And never kissed her at all.
Before Sharpe's time at ESPN, he was a co-host of FS1's Undisputed. He was accused of choking a female production assistant in the workplace. 2 sources with knowledge of the incident tell Front Office Sports. One source said Sharpe and Fox settled with the accuser for several $100,000. There was no lawsuit filed against Sharpe in this incident. So, obviously this happened. You got, I think, FS1 that confirmed it happened. You settled for... Now, most people that aren't a big-time co-host and they probably felt at that point, Seth, we can't break up Skip and Shannon. It would completely ruin the brand, so it's the cost of doing business. We'll write this chick a check. She'll go away, and we can keep doing that. Now, Shannon, listen, you shady son of a bitch, behave yourself. Stop doing that. Stop, right? I mean, that's how stuff like that happens. But, this guy obviously has a history of being very, a very aggressive sexual person.
Well, this is about the time, too, that, if this has happened to anybody else, this could be a time where they start coming forward or somebody's looking for them to come forward.
Well, and not only that, but they know where to go. There's a guy, let's not forget that Deshaun Watson's problem started with one massage therapist that got a hold of Busby, correct? And then Busby peeled that onion back 24 layers. So if you're a person that has been subjected to this by Sterling Sharpe, you now have a guy to go to. You don't gotta, there's not oh my God, who do I tell? Do I call my local police department? No, you call up Tony Busby. And he'll take that call. I mean, again, wasn't there one song? It was an alternative song, Seth, that said it started with a kiss.
The Killers,
yeah,
Mr. Brightside.
Yeah. It started with a kiss. One kiss. It started with one kiss. Well, Deshaun Watson's I like to have happy endings and whip out my wiener when I'm getting a massage by a female masseuse started with
a kiss.
Well, no.
Oh.
It started with whipping out the wiener one time to a female masseuse who did not want to touch your wiener.
Well, so did that.
No, Gene. Okay. No. No.
Wait.
Yeah.
Well.
No. No.
Well,
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
How about it? Glad you're getting to hear to me. It's Lasker, and you need to know. God ain't going to put money in our pocket. Help out your friends. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. How about it? Glad you're getting to hear to me. It's Lasker, and you need to know. God ain't going to put money in our pocket. Help out your friends. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army.
Yeah, it was. Friday night.
Yeah.
No.
They did, bud.
And then, Sunday was the day.
All of them people are going to go there 3 days in a row?
The crowds will start getting lighter as.
When they get to like round 4, people will start going home.
That's when it gets.
They're there for their cheer for their baddest guys from the beginning.
That's the driver time.
So will their setup be the same way, like the Green Bays and then the Detroits and then the same way? I'll tell you, the backdrop was so damn busy, man. You never, even later in the show, you seen stuff you didn't see in the beginning.
Yeah. It's
a lot of production.
Look like it. Fucking
Seth, I there's the only thing I can do is just cut and get the fuck go to words. I mean, I can't. I dumped it terrestrially, but that doesn't mean that it gets dumped digitally.
Oh no! Well, there's a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that really love Gene's honesty, as they say.
Yeah, there is, and there's also a problem with that honesty too.
You can be racist and be on YouTube.
Yeah. I just would prefer not to.
Nick Fuentes makes a lot of money.
Don't forget to hit your thumbs up button.
Oh man, Shannon Sharp is a dad. That is embarrassing.
Is he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you see how old his child is?
If you can look.
It just says he has.
Gene, we can say your voice was hacked. Somebody hacked in there and fucking said all that. You didn't even know.
That fucking AI is getting good.
AI, somebody AI your voice.
What does that mean?
But Gene can't even go with the lie because he doesn't know what it fucking means.
Or somebody was saying me, but I was.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The views and opinions made by Jean Lasker are not necessarily those of our advertisers or this radio station.
Period. Lasker's now claiming that somebody AI'd him, and that was not him in any way, shape, or form. He would never say anything like that.
We're being computer hacked all the time.
And he's so very sorry. He could say that Shannon Sharpe might have sex like an animal, as we all potentially have some animalistic type features amongst our sexual, love making. And Gene Lasker is very sorry for the fact that somebody hacked in and AI'd his voice and tried to get him in trouble and made him look like a racial dude.
I'm not racist.
Not at all. You hate everybody. You hate I would probably be willing to say, Gene, that you hate as many whites as you do blacks.
Probably more. Puerto Ricans are second.
Okay, Gene, let's not stop. Just stop.
Oh, boy.
It's a regular.
Stop.
It's America.
Okay, it is. Gene.
This is Gene Lasker, and I am not a smart man, and I am very sorry about the comments I made.
I don't know.
You know what, Seth? It's probably a question we shouldn't ask.
Why? I was surprised.
You know why, Seth? Because we might just get an honest answer that could even be more problematic than not saying anything.
Yeah, we shouldn't deep dive
let me
into
tell
that
you
one.
something. First of all, okay, whatever. So
they pay good, though. They always pay their bill.
There you go. Let me ask you a question, Gene. You deal with the public and you offer a service. You have probably one of the most successful. Now, Gene, are there powder coating businesses in Tampa that are bigger than yours?
No.
Oh, you got one. You got one of the biggest.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you deal with a lot of different people. Who is the worst at paying and who's the best at paying? I got to guess, in my opinion, the worst at paying is the big corporations, like corporate America. Like that, they might be net.
Busch Gardens.
Really?
Disney World.
The worst.
Worst. I don't do Disney World anymore because they don't pay. They're supposed to be 30, 60, 90. They're usually 120, 180, 300.
And do you got to keep up on that?
You got to call them every day.
Now, does Sarah run your books?
Yes, she does.
Or do you do it?
No, she does.
Because to me, you look like you could do your books.
I can do my books, and I always have until I met Sarah. She does them way better.
Okay. So what if you get a guy that's 180 out and he hasn't paid you?
I'll go to the shop. I'll go to his place.
And say what? And will you
clear his desk for him, and so we can have a good heart-to-heart talk.
Oh. Walk into his office, clear his entire desk, and say, now that I got all the clutter off your desk, let's talk about how much you owe me.
You can pay attention to me and not hang up on me or not call me back.
Not text me back.
Right.
Oh, boy.
And do you get your money usually?
Yes, sir, usually right away.
Yeah. So, closing out the Shannon Sharpe chapter, I'm still just over here shaking as to how many people are going to use that particular statement and try to ruin my life with it. So anyway, Shannon Sharpe had, and you know what? Seth just said something. We didn't know this, and we've not taken this into consideration. But Shannon Sharpe is a father.
Is he?
Yes.
Oh.
And I asked Seth to maybe do a quick little research as to how old his child is or how many children he has or something like that. Because that really sucks, going through something that's this scandalistic. Your dad's your dad literally is the lead story of a lot. I mean, there's corporate America, ABC, CBS, Fox. This is a big story. This isn't just in my opinion, and tell me if I'm wrong or not, but this just isn't a sports story. This seems to be a pop, like TMZ. Like, this is a pop culture story. And Seth, did you find out?
Well, if his kid's a boy and he's in high school, he's going to be a hero.
He has 3 kids.
He's got 3 kids.
Yes. A son and 2 daughters.
And do you know the ages?
No, that he keeps those pretty private, but I'm still looking.
So
I think it's with 2 different women.
Okay. So he's had allegations. I'm sorry. Not allegations. This sort of choking thing has happened once before at the workplace of Fox Sports 1 with an employee that settled before they made this a big civil and or criminal deal for several hundreds of thousands of dollars. We know that now to be true.
So was he less of a millionaire back in them days, and that's why they only got a couple $100,000?
What do you mean?
I mean, if he was worth the money he's worth today, would they have got more money back?
Well, he probably wasn't worth much back then.
Right, so a couple $100,000.
See, and here's the deal. Where you're missing is, and I think we talked about it a little bit yesterday.
So all 3 look like they're over the age of 18.
Okay, good. That.
Oh wow, so they're just as old as the girl.
Actually, Gene, I would probably say that he's got children older than the girl he was messing around with.
Boy, that'd mess me up if I was this kid.
And so here's the deal, Gene. He just Seth, what did he make in his professional career? I think didn't he come in right there when they really started kind of starting to get paid? And I think at one time he might have been. I know he's a Pro Bowler several times over. I think he won the Super. Did he win the Super Bowl with the Ravens?
The Broncos too. $22 million is his career earnings.
That's it. So he was still kind of old school, where they weren't making that much money.
His first 2-year contract he signed was $258,500.
All right. So he made $22 million in the league, which really that's not a lot. Remember back in the day, like in the 70s and 80s, I remember I'd be watching the Bears-Packer game, and they'd be like, one of the Bears, who was Matt Suey, fullback for the Bears, during the offseason sells cars down there at Naperville Chevy. A lot of these guys had to have they had to have jobs during the offseason because they were making $25,000 a year.
Oh wow!
Back in the day. And that's the way it used to be. So this run of his that Shannon has really started making the money post-career. He didn't make that much career. And Gene, I don't know what his contracts have been, but this woman that's suing him that turned down $10 million and supposedly now she won't even take 50. Like supposedly all money parameters are off the table. Busby's going to run this bitch up the flagpole. But, Gene, he announced that he had his production company, which puts together his podcast, had just signed a 9-figure deal with various sponsors and
Well, he must have told her that was coming. Pillow talked her.
Yeah, he might have been pillow talking, saying, bitch, I got, Now, 9 figures is anything from $100 million to $999 million.
Wow, that's why she's going for the big money.
So
go big.
The next day after he announces that he's supposedly getting a 9-figure deal, she rolls out this lawsuit. Now, they'd been in mediation. Shannon Sharp and this Gabby girl and Gabby's attorney, Tony Busby, and Shannon Sharp's attorney had been in negotiations for several weeks. And supposedly, as we heard yesterday, that Shannon's people, Shannon's counsel, Shannon's attorneys, they had a mediator who was a former judge, and they thought that they were getting pretty close on a deal that was in the guy yesterday. And he seemed like he was very adamant to make sure that you know that it was more than $10 million, because I think he said a couple different times tens of millions of dollars. And so for all of this to go away and none of this to come out, and they thought they had a deal. The Gabby and the Busby guy walk away, completely ghost Shannon Sharp and his mediator and counsel, and then they come up with the next day, on Monday. I think was it Monday that the shiz really hit the fan?
Yes. That's when it's
they came out Monday and they had the voicemail from him saying I'm gonna choke you out, and she's like, I don't want to be choked, and he's like, you deserve to be. Now that's I wasn't familiar with the prior settlement of choking a woman out at work until today.
Well, this one just came out last night, it looks like. Looks like he's been another one of accused of rape.
Hold on, now you're saying
rape?
Whoa, hold on.
2010.
Hold on. You're saying not the Fox Sports 1 girl, but now another girl?
Yeah, I sent you
So we got Gabby, the Fox Sports 1 girl, and now there's another one.
Looks like his ex-girlfriend.
Well, now, see, I almost think that there's a pile-on, I almost feel like there's a copycat pile-on factor now, that if you ever had kinky,
No, but it looks like this was before. She's filed all this stuff way before.
Oh,
it's from 2010.
Oh, yeah.
2000 and what?
10.
This dude is guilty like sin.
And she just brought it back up because I guess it didn't really make headlines.
So in 2010, did he just blow her off and nothing happened? Shannon Sharp accused of raping second woman, threatening to ruin her in a separate lawsuit. One has to think, though, man, if you're into this sort of thing, like Seth, for instance, I'm not trying to get up in your business, but you and Phoebe probably got some stuff that you like, and that's what you do. There's some stuff you like, and that's what you do. Well, it obviously is showing now a pattern that he likes to choke and be forceful.
Yeah, if you read,
A second woman claiming to be Shannon Sharp's ex previously accused the former NFL star of rape. Michelle Bundy Evans, who allegedly dated the sports commentator for nearly a decade, filed a lawsuit against Sharp against Sharp in late 2023 for defamation, libel, and slander, and previously accusing him of sexual assault. Evans claimed he assaulted her in 2010 after they got into an argument about his alleged infidelity, according to court documents obtained by Page 6.
Boy, he just reads like a book, don't he?
I mean, you watch. Let's not forget the guy that's behind all this, the guy that's going to be representing all these girls, has a template for, come on down. If you have been roughed up or had rough sex with Shannon Sharp, come on down, because the last guy I got 24 of y'all.
And so what? But the girl pronounced this in 2010, and it just got shoved underneath the carpet.
Yeah, because
the other one was on a different date too. It's not like they're saying it happened, but they never said anything about it.
The other one from FS1 got settled, Gene. So when you write somebody a check, now you can't go after them.
You're pretty much guilty.
You are guilty. No. If you write somebody a settlement check, you are guilty.
Right.
Because you're not wanting that information to get out. So the FS1 girl, he wrote a check for. This girl, this Gabby girl, whether it was consensual or not, he's not looking so good on. because he was being set up. Listen, she set him up. Absolutely. She started tricking him into various texts and calling him up while recording him, and him not knowing he was being recorded and saying, there were large gaps of those recording. It was like a minute 7, and of the minute 7 recording, there might have been 30 seconds of actual speaking, and then she had to make sure she definitely ended the conversation with, "I just don't want to be choked." Why would you already talked about that at the 27th second minute.
Well, I mean, she didn't plant drugs on the guy. Like, what kind of setup is it when you pretty much are just recording a guy telling the truth about what he did?
And she probably don't want to talk to him ever again anyway, and she don't like the guy no more, but he's bugging her, and she's afraid of him because he's going to open up her door and pin her down because he used to take it, and now he's going to take it on his own when she's saying no.
Well, I'm just saying. James, 25 on the Venmo, Lummy. Thank you. She claimed that Sharp proceeded to forcefully subdue her, compelling her down to her knees, and subsequently engaging in non-consensual oral penetration. Consumed by fear and the perplexing nature of his actions,
she did it.
I harbored a deep-seated apprehension that resistance would precipitate further detrimental outcomes. I mean, Seth, that's not how girls talk. That's bugged me all day. Consumed by fear and the perplexing nature of his actions, I harbored.
Well, that's just because they're trying to explain it to the public.
I know, Gene. I know. According to the complaint, Sharp 56 maneuvered her onto the bed and achieved non-consensual vaginal penetration, all while proclaiming his intent was to make it so no other man would want her.
Oh.
Now, we don't know any of this to be true. This is her allegations. I don't know if we have any recordings of this or any texts of this.
This was during while she was being raped. But I guess
He then threatened to ruin her reputation if she chose to share the detail. I mean, is this the next R. Kelly P. Diddy gimmick? Are we headed down that deal?
It looks like
it's only been 4 days, and we already got 3 women.
It looks like Buzz. She's not represented by Busby, but it looks like she had a restraining order against him.
He levied threats to ruin, declaring that any attempt on my part to disclose the transgressions would be met with a comprehensive campaign to use everyone I know to destroy you, the lawsuit claimed. I mean, can I tell you something? I think there's a certain amount of this guy got set up, but I think this guy might be a real. I mean, I at first was like, all right, so Shannon's a little bit of a freak. He did some light choking and whatever. To Gabby, she liked it. Then she didn't like it and she liked it until he cheated. And then after he cheated, she wanted him to wear condoms and just kind of ruffled his feathers so that she could record him saying some stuff to get him to have to write her a big check. But now this is dating back to 2010, and this even seems more, I don't know, forceful than what he's going through now. Evans went on in her lawsuit to accuse Sharp of making public remarks on his various platforms about their legal feud, which negatively affect her reputation. Evans placed a restraining. Now, here's the deal: when a woman in order to put a restraining order on somebody, you got to have some decent information for the police. They're just not gonna. Nope. They're just not gonna whip out a restraining order on you because you had an argument or because your feelings got hurt. They have to have some pretty convincing evidence to put that on somebody, because you got to go in front of a judge. A detective has to come out and take your statement. Then you got to go to the other guy. To make it like it. They just don't dole these restraining orders out as easily as you think they can. Evans placed a restraining order against Sharp. So when you get a restraining order granted against a person, where there's smoke, there's fire. There's something there. following the 2010 incident. However, she later dropped it out of fear for herself and her child. I wonder, Seth, if this is one of his baby mamas.
It's not.
It's not?
No, it's her kid.
Okay. After I filed the restraining order, I was sitting in my apartment with my daughter, Evans said. I had a basement floor apartment with the door leading out to the sidewalk. So I was right there, vulnerable, and somebody could come into my door and say, "Shut up, you effing bitch." And I ran and dropped it right then. Because if I had a child at home with me at the time and have somebody come into my door with that, no. In a statement obtained by Page 6, a spokesperson for Sharp denied Evans' allegations, saying in part that that Michelle Evans' claims are ridiculous and completely without merit. The rep added Shannon had no contact with her for many years. Sharp is currently facing a separate $50 million lawsuit for rape and battery from a woman identified as Jane Doe, who we now know as Gabby, whoever the hell.
Yeah.
Who claims the NFL turned star sports personality sexually assaulted her on multiple occasions throughout their 2-year relationship. Now, let's not forget, not that this matters, but their 2-year relationship started when she was freshly out of high school, and I think he was 54 at the time. Sharp has vehemently denied the allegations against him, calling the suit from Doe a shakedown and vowing to countersue for defamation. Still, the Club Shay Shay podcast host announced that he will be temporarily stepping away from his duties at ESPN as he fights this ongoing lawsuit. He plans to return to the network for the NFL preseason in early August. Yeah, we'll see if that works out for you. Earlier this year, Sharp's team released numerous explicit text messages purported to be between Gabby and Sharp from 2023 to January of 25. Well, that's fine. The March of 23 and January of 25, this Gabby girl had a whole different mentality because he hadn't blasted the Michelle girl live on Instagram. So really everything from January 2025 to today is what's in play, and those texts that we've seen are far different from when she felt he wasn't cheating on her. The texts from March of 2023 to January of 25, they were back and forth saying all kinds of naughty stuff. Hey, daddy, choke me out, daddy, make me take it, daddy. And then in January of 2025, she starts releasing the texts because at that point she'd been cheated on and she's mad. And the ones that we saw yesterday were, I think one text from her was, "You're going to have to wear a condom. I don't want any activity in my butt, any butt stuff. And no choking." And he flipped out on that deal. So, she may have said in March of 23, "Hey, Big Daddy, come over here and take this little white kitty and choke me out and make me your, whatever." But what's only valid is what's newest. And the newest texting exchange between said OnlyFans Gabby, 20-year-old, and 56-year-old Sharp are, I think the only one we got was the, "Hey, you're going to have to wear a condom, no ass play, and I don't want to be choked."
Yes.
And
no
choking. The former NFL star attorney, Lanny Davis, claimed the graphic messages prove that Sharp and Doe were engaged in consensual relationships that included role-playing, sexual language, fantasy scenarios explicitly requested by Doe. That's true. And you know what? Your girl, or whoever you're blasting, can be as kinky as she wants, and she likes all that stuff. But the minute, as a guy, we all know it's guy law. Unless you want to be in jail. it's guy law to stop. No means no. How many times have they entrenched that into us that no means no? So fish hook me, choke me out, take me around the farm, put a baby in me, all of that kind of stuff that she was into all gets wiped away in January in 2025 when she says in a text form that can be proved, no means no, Shannon.
It had a reason.
No means no, Shannon. You can throw all of the kinky stuff that she said and everything that she had said prior right out the window. Sharp allegedly offered Doe, Gabby, $10 million to settle during mediation to resolve this issue prior to lawsuit. Sharp's attorney claimed that Gabby demanded tens of millions of dollars in return for her not publishing a sex tape. Both sides have acknowledged the tape's existence. It just goes to show you, Lummy, man, I really played the sex tape the wrong. Man, I really misplayed that. Now, Seth, is this from Shannon? This is his statement to all of what's gone down prior to yesterday?
Yes.
Shannon Sharp writes on Twitter, X, my statement is found here. This is the truth. The relationship in question was 100% consensual. At this juncture, I'm electing to step aside temporarily from my ESPN duties. I will be devoting this time to my family and responding to dealing with these false and disruptive allegations set against me. I plan to return to the ESPN at the start of the NFL season. Well, you know what? I plan to return to the bone, too, and they told me that wasn't going to happen. I sincerely appreciate the overwhelming and ongoing support I've received from my fans, from my family, from my friends, and my colleagues. Shannon Sharp pretty much says nothing. And again, all the consensual stuff that you and her had and the agreements that you and her had and the kink that you and her had all gets thrown out the window with her latest text. And yes, man law, I will tell you, she was setting you up. She knew exactly what she was doing. She, 3 weeks prior wanted you to choke her out, put a baby in her, do butt stuff, call me a little whore, you're my big daddy, all of that. She wanted all that and more. That's the history.
Man, that makes for an exciting Thanksgiving, don't it? Sitting around with your 18, 19, 25-year-old daughter, and she comes in with her new boyfriend and says, yeah, I'm choking her too. I'm just like you, big daddy. I know she likes it because you do.
I learned it from you, Daddy.
That's right.
Learned it from you, Daddy. And she comes walking in with this big, big black guy that plays for the Packers. Like, what's up, Shannon?
Or even a big white guy.
I learned everything from you. So, but I'm saying, listen, his statement pretty much rests all on the fact that this was 100% consensual. And you're right, it was until it wasn't. The minute that she said, you got to wear a condom, there's no more ass stuff, and...
So he was like on probation.
Well, he didn't know that she was setting him up. Because he texted her. No, the phone call they had after that text exchange, Gene. I don't know if you was. He was like, remember? He was like, "I'm going to choke you out anyway, bitch."
Yep.
I can just read the headlines now. Big black guy chokes out white girl. He said that, not knowing that she's recording him for what she's doing now, which is shaking him down for tens, if not hundreds, of millions of dollars. The minute that she starts all with this choking and all this kind of stuff,
you need to shut up.
Yeah. Hello, who's it? Hi.
Morning, Bubba. Mike from Miami. Hey, real quick, when you're talking about the the office lady that he choked out at the office, I guarantee you he was, having sex with her too, because he said that to Gabby that he was going to choke her in public. So I guarantee you he was knocking boots with that chick. Enjoy your Friday, guys. Later.
Of course, this guy sounds like an expert. Not. That guy sounds like he's never been laid in his life.
Oh.
Don't tell me what you guarantee. You don't have anything. You don't have any idea about this shady ass, very, 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 very taboo and fetish type world that Shannon Sharpe rolls around in.
It's all rich people, bro. All the rich people, they just have to have sex a different way.
Well, here's the deal, Gene.
You're rich now, Gene.
You're rich.
What does that mean?
Yeah, but I'm a normal dude.
You choking out Sarah? She calling you daddy?
No, I don't like that.
Well, you're not.
She does anything else though, but
you're not an animal like Shannon Sharpe.
No,
I'm just saying. I feel for Shannon Sharpe only in one way: is that she set the hook and he took the bait, and she set that hook and she's got him. She's got him.
Well, she didn't seem like she worked really that hard at it to get him.
It doesn't matter.
No, it don't.
It doesn't matter.
He's guilty.
Her background of being an OnlyFans whore, her background of liking to get choked out, her background of liking sex really rough in a certain way, none of which means any of it.
Nope.
After she throws out, I don't want choked anymore. You got to wear a condom and no more ass things. And he calls her up. She has it on. She recorded it. And he says, how are these headlines read? I'm going to quote, big black guy chokes out little white girl. Did he not say something very similar to that?
Yes, he did. Pornhub.
Oh, you can't get Pornhub in Florida anymore. Unfortunately, I tried. So in my opinion, I'm going to go around the room. Then we're going to get into the draft. But I think he's done. I think corporate America is done with him. We just found out today about this happened at FS1 and was settled for hundreds of thousands of dollars because he didn't have near the money he has now. And I don't believe when ESPN says we stand behind Shannon Sharpe until we see how this plays out. I think he's done. Yeah. I think he's done.
Yeah.
Seth, over to you. I mean, opinion on where this puts Shannon Sharpe.
I think it all really hinges upon how Stephen A. Smith truly feels about it. If Stephen A. really wants Shannon back and he feels like that he brings another, level to First Take, then I think they'll retain him. I definitely think that he's going to continue his podcast. So if things stay the way they are and there are a bunch of women that come forward, I think that he'll probably regain what he had.
Well, I mean,
he'll regain ESPN?
No. I think he loses.
We lost John Gruden for nothing compared to this.
Yeah, think about that. John Gruden talks about African American lips and a few jokes, and that guy got his name stripped from the Ring of Honor.
Right.
Got thrown out of the NFL.
You got to be kidding me.
Blackballed. But hold on. I got to go into words. John Gruden's white. Shannon Sharpe's black. There's two different set of standards.
You cut me off.
No, you were saying very racial. No, I know how to say it, Gene. I know how to say it. I've been doing radio for you.
I just don't know how to say it. I'll figure it out, and I'll say it.
Well, you will not figure it out, and you will not say it. I just said it for us. There's a double standard on how a white guy that potentially could speak in a stereotypic, not so friendly way describing an African American, and then there's a way an African American can describe a white guy, and the punishment that ensues thereafter. Let me give you two examples.
I wish I was a slave back in the day so I could get me some free stuff too. Swear to God.
Again, Gene's just a part-timer. He only usually comes in
once a week. This is Gene Lasker, and I am not a smart man, and I am very sorry about the comments I made. This is Gene Lasker, and I am not a smart man, and I am very sorry about the comments I made.
The way they treated Colin Kaepernick. The NFL threw Gruden out. He lost his job and was blackballed by the NFL. And they gave Colin Kaepernick $75 million. That's the difference. That's the world we live in.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
So when the dude didn't make it, Sanders guy didn't make it, was he mad or grumpy or
he's
making a face or anything?
He's disappointed.
He was disappointed?
He's disappointed. But, I mean, I think he did a little bit to himself.
Now, you think some people just downed him a little bit, didn't take him for granted because of his dad?
I think he's got the skill set, but I think that with him
comes Dion.
No, with him comes a little bit of a shit show.
Right, and because of Dion.
And, well, I mean, not because of Dion, but...
Well, he's going to make a spectacle of some. I mean, he's bright.
I don't think, Seth, I don't think that, I don't think Dion shows up to fucking training camp with this kid, does he?
No.
Right. So Dion doesn't show up. I mean, being Dion's kid is one thing, but Dion's not going to show up to the ball game. But I mean, he's wearing. It's just a plethora of things.
So what was any upsets of a guy that got picked
that was pretty much the biggest upset there was.
That was the biggest upset.
And that the Jason Dart guy, who was, I think, Seth, wasn't he pretty much considered the next best quarterback after the Dart kid?
Jackson Dart, the next best quarterback after Cam Ward.
Yeah.
There was a lot of talk about him.
So I think the next big whodunit, Gene, is that that the Giants picked Dart in the first.
So you guys were happy with the whole show?
With what?
With all the picks and stuff.
Well, I mean,
everybody went to where they should have went.
No, I mean, nobody's ever happy.
Oh, really?
I watched about 2 hours. I mean, I thought it was
Bears got an offensive lineman,
a tight end.
It was on late, man.
Yeah, well, they give teams 10 minutes in between picks, and then
I think they should lower that down to 5.
It used to be 15.
So I'm watching TV and I tell Coben, I said, "Hey, hook me up, see if you can find the NFL draft." And he looked to me like,
"Are you joking?"
I go, "I'm gonna watch the NFL draft." And he goes, "Okay, so find it on regular TV or wherever it's at." Okay. So he gets on it.
Lasker just sits in his recliner, I bet you, and barks out orders. Do you?
And then so
that means he does.
And then so he says, "I can't find it,
I need some food."
But I did find NFL draft in what was it, the game or something beforehand. The NFL draft.
Pre-show or something.
Yeah, it was the pre-show, but they were doing what do you call the games that are not real, but
Madden.
Yeah, but there's the word for it.
Preseason, exhibition.
No.
Practice.
It's hard to
what the NFL.
He was watching. He's so fucking retarded.
I am. When you play the game, when everybody plays on the computer.
Mock draft?
No, but it's where you make your own team and stuff.
General manager?
Simulation, franchise mode.
Fantasy?
He goes, there's fantasy draft on, Dad. I go, what? Fantasy draft? You got to be joking me. They do it with Amy, too.
Seth, can you imagine following this fucker around the camera all day? What? Fantasy? What?
I said, you got to be joking. These guys are pumped up about the fantasy, about the draft, and then before the draft, it comes fantasy drafting. So we got idiots that making their own team, trying to be somebody, drafting. What?
You make money.
It was on just before the regular thing. So you had to stay up late, Seth.
I went to bed probably like 10 after the Bears picked.
How about it? Glad you're getting to hear to me. It's Lasker, and you need to know. God ain't going to put money in our pocket. Help out your friends. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I don't remember producing that.
Well, that's
Well, you didn't produce it. You just said it at one time, and then they make it in.
That's AI.
That's AI.
I got Gene
AI?
Lasker. Yeah, I got Gene Lasker AI.
I got AI'd.
Gene, you just got AI'd.
We produced the Gene Lasker voice.
I'm going I don't remember saying that. I remember saying it, but I don't remember producing the commercial.
I got cart 3 and 4.
How about it? Glad you're getting to hear to me. It's Lasker, and you need to know. God ain't going to put money in our pocket. Help out your friends. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army.
Man, I'm jealous. He sounds better than me.
Yeah, I mean, Gene, your AI is more talented than you.
Yeah,
I might just.
like it.
You know what, Gene?
I don't AI this chair, and I don't even come back.
I don't even need you. I don't even need you. I can just type in what I want you to say, and then
I'm gonna have to make you sign something.
Listen, you got to sign something that says you're going to have the real me and not the AI me, because the AI me is much better than real me.
I love that.
No, you can have because it's in the super tip thing. Because I sent him 10 minutes of Gene audio, so like we can have him say really anything we need him to say.
Oh no, shut up, Lummy. That's not right. Why are you doing me that way?
You already said.
How about it? Glad you're getting to hear to me. It's Lasker, and you need to know. God ain't going to put money in our pocket. Help out your friends. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army.
He can sing a song, man. We could make a hit record.
This is Gene Lasker, and I am not a smart man, and I am very sorry about the comments I made.
So this was, I don't know if it was the 40th annual, the 50th annual, the 68th annual. I don't think they started drafting until 1960, until the two leagues merged. Prior to that, a guy would get drafted like by the AFL and by the NFL, and then he would pick, because there was, for a lot of years there was the AFL and the NFL, and so you would, a guy would get picked. Sometimes I think the number one overall. I think Paul Hornung from Notre Dame got picked number one from both leagues, and he decided to go to the Packers. But I think the league merged in 66, 65 maybe. So like the draft probably has an inception or a birth date of somewhere around 1965. Maybe you can look.
What the NFL technically, there's been this was the 90th NFL draft.
NFL, that's taken, because not considering how many years they had competition. That's the league's been around since 1920 or 21.
Yeah, they started the draft in 1936.
Yeah. Before that, what would you do? Just go to college, and then you just go and drive over to the Chicago Cardinals team and say, "Hey, can I try out?"
Yeah, that
probably
was
something like that.
That was when the colleges were a bigger draw than the NFL.
Back in the day. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but did you know that they had a college all-star versus an NFL, and they did this clear up until I think all through the 60s, and I think they may have stopped it like in 69, 70, because the Players Association, guys would get hurt. and sometimes ruin their career, like blow out a knee or something. But they had the college all-stars versus the NFL all-stars.
Yeah,
and
Did the college win some of them?
There were some years that the college kids beat the pros.
Yes, sir.
It was 34-76. The college seniors would play against the NFL champion.
Hold on. So, hold on. 1934 to 1976, the college, the NCAA national champion of
No. They just seniors in the college.
Oh, so like the Senior Bowl?
Yeah, it was all the really
and then they
good
would
seniors.
play the NFL champions?
Yeah.
And how many years?
The champions. You talk about the team that won it all of it?
Yeah, the team that won it all, which would be equivalent to the Super Bowlers. But they didn't call it the Super Bowl until 66 when the AFL and the NFL merged. Prior to that, it was just called the NFL Championship.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like in the...
Like the Bears have got like 7 of those.
Looks like 1941. It's the All-Star football game. It was a preseason game. It's the college All-Americans versus the Chicago Bears.
Oh, they would pick a team.
Yeah, and that game went down. It's a big barn burner, 5-0.
Hold on. In 1965, the Chicago Bears played the college All-Stars, and who won the game?
The Bears won 5-0.
5-0.
So that's
a field goal, and a safety.
And a safety.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. So in the what you're calling this, the 91st NFL draft, is that what you're calling this?
Yes, the 90th NFL draft.
The 90th. And the 90th NFL draft, the first player taken overall, and it was to nobody's surprise. I mean, I think everybody had it locked in, and that was from the University of Miami, Cam Ward, quarterback to the Tennessee Titans. I guess there were various reports that there was some teams that were trying to contact the Titans. All mics are open, so if you heard anything or you have some more information than I do, please chime in. But I think Tennessee had made it pretty well known that they were locked into Cam, and any dealings and movings around would be from 2 on down, and that's what we got. So Jacksonville, who was originally scheduled to be 5th, traded with Cleveland and went to 2nd because they didn't think that Travis Hunter was going to be around at 5, and Jacksonville really, really wanted him.
Yeah.
And so Jacksonville swapped with Cleveland. Cleveland gets the 5th, Jacksonville gets the 2nd, and Jacksonville picks cornerback wide receiver from Colorado, Heisman Trophy winner, Travis Hunter.
So you're saying that the Patriots, so I'm a giant guy, and I'm going to get that Abdul Carter or whatever his name is there. Okay.
That's it. And by the way,
I really don't want him.
That's Abdul Carter.
Abdul's. I don't want him. I really want the Cam Ward, but I know that Titans got the first pick, and they're going to get Cam.
Yeah, but you want him.
So I call Titans, and I say, listen, I'm going to give you $4 million, and I'm going to give you, if you want this Abdul guy, I'll give you him and $4 million, but you give me Cam Ward when we're done. No, you can't do that.
No, they'd laugh at you. They would absolutely
But I'm just saying, for instance,
a paltry $4 million. This is how it would go.
But you could do that, Gene.
That's what I'm saying. You could business smart.
Yeah.
So
but
you know
they're
that
never
Jacksonville.
Listen, if you were the Giants and you really wanted Cam Ward, let me tell you what it would have taken. It would have taken, you going to number 1 and you giving them your 3rd, and then you taking their next year's number 1 and probably the year after that number 1.
Oh, wow.
I mean, Seth, am I kind of right?
They said the Giants offered their first-round pick this year, their first-round pick next year, and some other picks to move up to number 1, and the Giants rejected it.
So I was right. I didn't even see that article.
Yeah.
It's going to take that. So they would say, "Hey, Mr. Lasker, take your $4 million, shove it up your ass. We don't want Carter. We want Cam. But if you really want Cam, this is what it's going to take. This year's number 1." Next year's number 1.
Now, how did they get 1 in all? You had a bad day?
Yeah, you had a bad record. It's based on record. Yes.
So you get a first pick, so we can try to boost
you
up.
So Jacksonville,
so
Jacksonville, Gene, they kind of were thinking what you were thinking, because they're at 5, And Jacksonville's like, man, we really want this Travis Hunter guy, but he's not going to be he'll be gone by 5.
Right.
Absolutely
gone.
Going to be gone by 5. I mean, Seth, do you not agree that he was not going to drop to 5th?
No, he was going 2 the whole time. It just was who was taking him there.
So Jacksonville wanted him more than life itself, and so they call Cleveland, and they say, hey, Cleveland, we want a flip-flop applesauce. We'll give you the 5th pick, but we want your 2nd pick. And they're like, okay. What did they get? I know they flip-flop applesauce 2 to 5 and 5 to 2, but what else did Cleveland get? Next year's first?
Cleveland got 2nd this year. They swapped 1st this year. They're getting Jacksonville's 1st next year, and I think there's another decent.
How do they know that Jacksonville's going to be 1st next year?
Well,
they suck that bad?
Well, no, they're going to get Jacksonville's 1st-round pick. I mean, if Jacksonville had a great season, that pick could be 18-19.
Oh, okay.
If Jacksonville sucks, that pick could be...
But they know they ain't really that good, so they ain't going to get much better with the one guy they got, so they're probably going to get a top 3 pick.
But just to move up 3 spots, you got to give away, 2 number ones.
Man, there's a lot of math on this.
Well, look, they got it.
Hey, Seth, can you imagine Lasker being a general manager? He'd have the worst team ever. He'd be like, I don't even know. I don't even know about this black guy or that black. I don't even know.
I'd be scared to turn Gene down though. If he called me for a trade, I would just feel like I would do it. Even if I was
tell me
getting
something.
fleeced.
All of these dudes, the Ward, the Hunter, the Carter, the Campbells, they have no right to go where they want?
No, they have no say-so.
Why is that?
Because they entered saying, hey, I'm here.
Now, Gene.
So if I didn't say I'm here and I'm Cam Ward, and I just slide over to Dallas and try out.
Gene,
works?
over the years, there's been a handful of prima donnas that have made it known they kind of knew where they were going. Like Peyton Manning and Ryan, was it Peyton Manning and Ryan Leaf?
Eli Manning.
It was Eli Manning and Ryan Leaf.
You're talking about the 2 picks? Yeah, Ryan Leaf, Peyton Manning.
Yeah, so they'll say, listen, you can draft me, but I hate you guys. I'm not playing. That started here in Tampa in 1978 with Bo Jackson. Bo Jackson. 1985. I'm sorry.
He wanted to go someplace.
Well, let me tell you the story.
Wait, it didn't.
Let me tell you the story. So Bo Jackson, have you ever heard of him?
I think so.
One of the greatest athletes in the history of the world.
Okay.
He was a running back for Auburn. And he was a baseball player for the Kansas City Royals and I think the White Sox too.
Yeah.
And he is considered, him and Dion, but even Dion says that he is far above him. Meaning Bo Jackson's the greatest 2-sport athlete, the greatest athlete ever.
Because he was great at both of them.
Yes.
Great. Yeah.
He was
a good baseball player.
He was unbelievable. He came down. We sent a private plane to pick him up. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers sent a private plane to pick him up because the players will visit this potential city that's going to draft him before they get drafted. And look at the facilities, meet the coach, meet the owners, that kind of stuff.
Right.
Well, Bo was concerned. He was still playing collegiate baseball at the time. And Bo was concerned that if taking a private jet from Auburn to Tampa would disqualify him as an amateur athlete and him not be able to play his senior year of college baseball.
So he just had to drive?
No, so he didn't. Anyway, he did just drive.
Technically, the Bucks were supposed to clear it with the NCAA.
Yeah, well, the Bucks lied to him.
Yes.
The Bucks lied to Bo Jackson and said, we already got it cleared. You're good. The second thing was, the guy who owned the Buccaneers at the time, I know you've heard his name. His name was Hugh Culverhouse.
Yeah.
He was an old white dude. And he probably had a lot of Gene Lasker in him. And Bo Jackson at the time, I think he might have either been married to or was engaged or dating and had a long time relationship. His girlfriend or his wife was white. And Hugh Culverhouse, being the old school racist, Southern guy that he is, publicly in the newspaper said he didn't like interracial dating. White guys dating black girls dating white guys. He did not like that. Well, word got back to Bo Jackson after he had just found out that Tampa Bay ruined his ability to play his senior year of baseball. And now the owner has said a statement like he just said. So Bo Jackson told, this is how stupid Tampa Bay was. 1985. Bo Jackson picks up the phone, says it in the newspaper, says it on ESPN, makes it be known that Tampa Bay, with the number 1 overall pick, better not select me because I will never play in that city. The owners are racist, and they lied to me about my eligibility in baseball, ruining. He loved baseball. And he wanted to play his senior year in baseball, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers screwed that up, along with saying the racial things that the owner did. So he said, do you have?
Well, because you say it just so because Dr. Dan loves Culverhouse. That the racist thing never happened. Bo Jackson lives there. Has always been married to an African American woman, and that was a rumor started about Culverhouse. Bo Jackson was just really mad about the plane thing, not being able to play a senior.
So the racial thing never happened.
Yes, correct.
That was just a rumor.
I don't. Okay. Dan Culverhouse. Yeah.
Okay. So Culverhouse was A1.
So here's the deal.
Racist,
I don't know if you can find a sound clip of Bo Jackson, but he publicly said this, Gene. Tampa Bay Buccaneers better not draft me because I will not play for them. I will go play.
He's got the right.
He does.
Don't he?
Yes. He goes, I will go play perfect. Now, when you're that good, see, some of these players, Gene, they're not good at baseball. They're not good at any other sport, so they got to go and play football.
Right.
Well, this guy happened to be the greatest athlete of all time, so he's like, you know what? If you draft me, if the Tampa Bay Buccaneers draft me, I'm just going to go play baseball. Screw you.
I like the guy already.
So guess what Bo does?
Plays baseball.
So guess what dumbass Tampa Bay does with the number on? Actually, Lummy, I think you could probably find the 1978.
Picked the wrong guy?
So I think you could see. I've actually seen footage of Pete Rozelle.
I sent you a.
So if they would have picked him and he walked,
they did pick him. They did,
and
they're so stupid. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are so stupid that when a guy tells them, "Do not pick me," and so now, do you know how valuable the number 1 overall pick is? It's the most valuable thing out there.
I can see that.
Here it is. Let me. Is this it?
It should be
Yeah, that's him.
Buccaneers select first choice.
Here we go.
Tampa Bay. The Buccaneers select first choice on the first round. Running back from Auburn, Bo Jackson.
Imagine this scenario taking place in this day and age. A player is drafted first overall in the NFL draft and not only refuses to play for the team who drafted him, but decides to play in another sport instead. This is what happened with Bo Jackson at the 1986 NFL Draft. Bo Jackson won the Heisman Trophy with Auburn in 1985.
Eugene, he was the baddest ever to live.
Is he in the Natural Hall of Fame?
I don't know. He didn't play.
I want to vote for him.
He got hurt. Gene wants to vote for him right now.
A running back.
What'd you see this dude?
Look at him,
for 1,786 yards and found the end zone 17 times.
Oh, you got now that 7 guy right there. I'm sorry, but that 7 guy, was that the quarterback?
I don't know. No,
absolutely terrible. And Bo Jackson was going to be a big boost to their franchise.
But I sent you a believe where it says Bo Jackson talks about it, and and Culverhouse talks about it too. Like it's they're actual sound clips.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was trying to listen to it real quick.
Perfect. There you go. What, Bruce Hill Hornsby in the range, Mandolin Rain?
That were some good days back then.
Was it?
Oh, yeah, 1986. Jeez.
We're very pleased with the draft of Bo.
We completely blew not only did I blow a number 1 But I blew a number 1 overall.
Yeah.
This isn't number 116, number 119. This is number 1 overall.
One thing, it's not a gamble as to his talent, and I'll take the gamble on whether he plays football or baseball.
Nobody has walked or ran in Bo's shoes. And once I make my mind up about what I'm going to do, it's going to be because it's what Bo wants and not what somebody else wants.
He has to make a decision, and when he decides, then we'll say God bless. We're hoping that it'll be football. I think it will be.
I proved all of you wrong. And now all of you are sitting here saying, this guy, he's done just the opposite. I'm going to always do the opposite. Disappointed for our football team, disappointed for our fans of the Tampa area that is going to take us a little bit longer, has taken us a little bit longer. We know we're expecting.
So, send me a picture. I want just to show Lasker how much of an animal stud Bo Jaxson is. Send me, let me one of him running up when he ran up the wall, and then 2, remember the throw out at home, and then 3. Gene, sometimes when he would strike out, listen to this. You know how rugged a baseball bat is, right?
Uh-huh.
He would snap it in 2 like a toothpick.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, without bending it on something?
No, well, his knee or over his head.
Wow.
He would take, the guy was just a complete.
He blamed it on the bat.
he was just I wonder how he would have done for Tampa Bay. So what happened, Gene, is then he re-entered the draft the next year as a free agent, and I think the Oakland Raiders got him. Is that who got him, Lemmy?
Supplemental draft. I think they got him in the 6th round.
Yeah, in the 6th round. So we'll get to that here momentarily.
Round means that was the 6th person that got up there to pick?
No, at like 6 rounds of 30 teams.
Oh.
So he went like he went like
way back.
like 180 because
they didn't trust in him.
Well, they thought that he wouldn't play. He
was just trying to gawk on.
And he
the
eventually
NFL.
played both sports. He went, he got drafted by a team that he liked, and he went and played both sports. He played football and baseball.
Right.
So third yesterday goes that everybody had him locked in at 3rd. I think the biggest surprise is probably the Travis Hunter Cleveland Brown trade. Seth, was that considered kind of like that wasn't well publicized? There's not a lot of people that were thinking that was going to happen, did they?
There was a lot of buzz about Jacksonville over the last 48 hours about them, starting a new era and being bold. And some people thought that meant they were going to take Hunter and Jeanty. There was talk about them going up to number 2, and they gave up a lot to do it. But, I mean, they made a statement. They said, we're getting the best guy in the draft. We don't care what we have to give up.
And I think they made a statement where they're going to allow him to do what he wants, and that's plays both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
I think so. Giants get everybody had this guy locked in as a number 3. The edge rusher from Pennsylvania, from Penn State, Abdul Carter.
He's good too.
I think the draft, with the exception of Shedeur, with the exception of Shedeur dropping completely out, Shedeur Sanders, quarterback, Colorado. With the exception of Shedeur dropping completely out, I think everything. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I think everything pretty much kind of fell into place because I was seeing, Lummy, with my Packers, I keep up on that they wanted that wide receiver for that golden guy from Arizona or whatever, Texas or whatever.
Texas, yeah.
And they got him. Did the Bears end up, like, with all the scuttlebutt as to what the Bears were talking about? Did they end up with their guy?
Yeah, they got the tight end that they wanted.
I mean, and there was scuttlebutt. That's who they wanted, right?
There was just a lot of the Bears kind of had it. They kind of were able to pick the best player on the board, so they could have gone anywhere.
So fourth goes to the. So again, Cleveland and Jacksonville flip-flop applesauce. Will Campbell, offensive lineman, LSU, goes 4 to the Patriots. Browns move back 3, get the 5th pick. They get the defensive tackle out of Michigan, Mason Graham. Here, this was I don't know if this was a surprise, but he was, I think, the number 1 rated running back in the league. I don't know if the Raiders do the Raiders need a running back?
Yes.
Yeah, they do.
And was everybody posturing that Jeanty might go to the Boise State? Aston Jeanty might go to the Raiders.
It was towards the end of the day, the betting favorites were the Bears for him to go. But
really,
yeah, he did end up with the Raiders.
The Jets take offensive tackle
Armand Membu
from Missouri. Panthers wide receiver. This was the number 1 wide receiver on the board, and that's where they were going with. New Orleans. This was a little bit of a surprise because this could have been where Shedeur ended up. There was a lot of talk that the Saints were going to potentially go with Shedeur on the at the 9, and they went with the Kelvin Banks Jr. offensive lineman from Texas. So if I'm Shedeur, I'm like, okay, well, I know I'm not going to Chicago, right? Like, if you're at home in Texas, like Shedeur was with a bunch of his friends watching the draft, soon as the Saints don't take you, you're thinking, as you're looking down the board, Seth, you're thinking, okay, well,
hopefully Dallas gets me.
You're probably thinking. I don't know what you're thinking. You're thinking I'm going to go to. I'm going to Pittsburgh at 21.
Or you're hoping someone trades back into the first round.
Right.
The problem is that the Browns were smart and loaded up with 2 picks in the second round early on.
Niners get the edge rusher from Georgia. Dallas gets the guard from Alabama. Miami goes with a defensive tackle from Michigan. Yeah. Colts go with a tight end from Penn State. That was a little. I don't know if people expected that, did they?
Oh, yeah, they did.
They did?
Yeah, that's who the Colts wanted. He's a great player.
Falcons go with the edge rusher from Georgia. I think that was pretty much on par. Cardinals go with the defensive tackle out of Mississippi. Again, Seth, if any of these are, they weren't expected, let me know. You know more than I do. Bengals go with the edge from Texas A&M. Seahawks go with the guard from North Dakota State. By the way, North Dakota State turn out great linemen.
They sure do.
Buccaneers. Now, what does this say? This isn't disrespectful to Evans and or Godwin, is it? Because both of them are over 30, and is this
he's a slot receiver?
Is this a little bit of a surprise? Is this who they were going? Is this who they were targeting?
Yeah, they were going to go wide receiver or defense, and this he's a slot guy, and with Godwin coming off his ankle injury.
Will he step up and play day one? This guy?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll probably be the number 3 or 4.
Broncos take the first corner from Texas. Steelers. Now, this is where Shedeur could. If Shedeur is watching the draft, Seth, this is a possibility, right? A lot of people had Aaron Rodgers has been non-committal. They don't know that we don't know that he's going anywhere. The one team that probably is left for Aaron Rodgers to go is the Steelers. So if you're Shedeur, and didn't they have 3 or 4 meetings with him?
The Giants had the most. Giants had the most work on Shedeur Sanders.
So
his hopes got high on the 25th pick when the Giants traded in.
So Steelers take defensive tackle out of Oregon. Chargers running back out of North Carolina. Packers take the Matt Golden kid from Texas. Is he pretty? I saw that he's a little short.
Yeah, first wide receiver that the Packers have drafted in the first round since 2002.
Since Javon Walker of Florida State 02.
Yeah.
Minnesota takes guard out of Ohio State. So now this is probably, Seth, where Shedeur starts getting a little bit antsy because the Giants trade back into the first, which makes it their second. Boy, this probably really freaks Shedeur out. So Houston makes a deal with the Giants for Houston to back out of the first and give the Giants their first. It's hard telling what it cost them. Probably cost them last year. Probably cost them next year's first.
Yes.
And so the Giants and they're picking a quarterback, and they've talked to Shedeur 4 or 5 times, and they take the Jackson Dart quarterback from Mississippi. That had to freak him out.
Well, I mean, then you know your night's done.
You know your night's done.
Because Atlanta's got, Penix, Lamar Jackson, Goff, Jaden Daniels, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, and then Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, I mean, you're done. You're done. Because when the Giants trade back in to get that quarterback, if it's not you and it's Jason Dart, like Seth said, Atlanta, Baltimore, Detroit, Washington, Buffalo, Philly, Kansas City, none of which need quarterbacks. Not at all.
I thought he handled it well. I think he made the right decision not to go to the draft, and I think with as much as they were showing him last night and they made him the story of the draft, and he'll be the story up until he gets picked today. I mean, there's really only a couple of places he could go now, but, I mean, he's hanging in there.
We all didn't expect this, of course.
I don't know if I wear my $2 million bling-bling insignia $ bracelet. I don't know if I do that. I'm sorry, necklace. But
we all didn't expect this, of course, but I feel like with God,
very eloquent and very, very eloquent and very, like you said, very good job, Seth. You know, you making chicken salad out of chicken shiz.
Anything possible, everything possible. I don't feel like this.
Let's not forget Aaron Rodgers let me slip to like 25th.
Yes, he did.
And was supposed to be a top 5 guy, and that lit a fire under his ass. Now he's a weirdo.
It's happened, for no reason. All this is of course, fuel to the fire. And under no circumstance, we all know this shouldn't have happened. But
see, I don't think. I think that could have not. I don't think you should have said that.
I know this shouldn't have happened. But we understand we're on the bigger and better things. Tomorrow's the day. We're gonna be happy regardless. Legendary.
Ooh.
Now, let me, is Legendary his brand?
Yes.
That's his brand?
Yeah. He was promoting it. He had I think he had a Nike commercial come out too.
Now, here is round 2. I got to go to words. And Seth, where do you see round 2? Is this round 2? Yeah, round 2. It goes Cleveland, Houston, Tennessee, Cleveland.
Yeah.
I think he goes. I think that's where he goes.
Exactly. Cleveland did smart trading out of that number 2 pick and getting that second round pick.
Yeah, I mean, Seth, do you agree he goes either 33 or 36?
I don't know what the Browns think about him. I mean, on paper, that looks like it makes the most sense. Then maybe at 40 with the Saints. After that, I guess someone's going to have to trade up if they really want him, because I don't know how many of those teams in the middle are going to need to. It's the same. It's the same as the
scenario,
first round,
right?
Once you go past a certain team, there's a free fall until you get to the Steelers.
All right,
or somebody.
So the Browns are probably where he's going.
Yeah.
Because if you look at, but the Raiders need. I mean,
they could take him. Listen,
but New England doesn't need him. Chicago doesn't need him. I mean, here he is. He's going today, and he's either going to the Browns, the Raiders, or the Saints.
And those teams saved $30 million not drafting him in the first round.
There you go.
Maybe even the Rams could take a look if he keeps slipping down.
Really?
That's true. Stafford's getting old.
I think you're right. 2 years under Stafford, Seth, and then step up by your third. And you're ready to go.
So there's a few teams. I just it just looks like it makes the most sense for Cleveland. But
did any of these guys ever play right from the beginning?
Oh yeah, most of the first round guys step in or start. 80% of the first round guys, Gene, are day one starters.
Yeah, if you're not, you're a bust.
If not, you're a bust.
Yeah. Bust
Packers drafted at 25 last year this offensive tackle from USC, and he hurt his knee in training camp, and he may get cut.
And how many of these dudes play both sides? I heard you talk about that earlier.
None.
You're not allowed to?
Nobody's talented enough. Except the guy that they picked, Travis Hunter from Colorado, Heisman Trophy winner. He will be the first guy since Deion and Champ Bailey. And Deion and Champ Bailey did it sparingly. They're saying Travis Hunter is going to do it like full time.
Like to stay on the field the whole time.
I mean, except for special teams, yes.
He can't do that.
Yes, he can.
Yeah, they'll have packages for him. He'll come out of the game, but they'll have packages on defense for him.
You know,
he just wants to smash people too.
Yeah, and you know what? Yeah. He's a great kid, and his and then he's from Florida, and his dad's on paper right now, and had to get a hold of his probationary officer in order to travel to Green Bay to be with his son. His dad's on paper. I know you appreciate guys on paper.
I appreciate that, yeah.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Thank you, Patrick. I appreciate it.
That's 6.
Tickets were awesome. Thank you.
So, Seth, if the Saints don't take them, then the Rams are... Is that the Rams?
No, they're at 46.
They're at 46?
Yeah.
All right. And then if he... Well, he's got to get gobbled up by then.
You don't think Deion will make a call to Jerry before that and say, hey, pick the kid?
Who's?
Because he's 44th.
No, I think he's gobbled up here. I think he gets... I think he's
33,
I think he's the first guy, and I think Cleveland's general manager fucking fleeced Jacksonville.
They got what they wanted.
I mean, finally, fucking Cleveland's being smart about shit.
Well, they thought the same thing when they did the same thing a couple years ago with Brady Quinn.
I don't know if Cleveland. I mean, we got time will tell. Cleveland got a good haul, but they also passed on the best player in the draft.
So I kind of like when they, I like when they do this, Seth. When they say, oh, you know, all right, so on the clock, best available, best fit, and they kind of give you the two. They give you the two guys.
Yeah.
Now, well, if best available is that.
Will Johnson?
I mean, Cleveland's got to know that Shedeur, you go get that guy because you know Shedeur is going to be available. I mean, Houston and fucking Tennessee's not picking Shedeur.
Right, but someone could also jump above them.
Yeah, oh, you're right. The Saints could jump up.
Well, yeah, so that's the thing about the draft. You may know what you're doing, but you don't know what the other motherfuckers are doing.
Well, that's why a lot of unless it's for the first pick today, a lot of the trades don't get made until the teams are on the clock because they want to make sure the guy's there.
Right.
Like the Travis Hunter deal didn't go until they were right
on the clock.
Yeah, and everybody knew he was going to.
Everybody knew that he was going to go to Jacksonville?
No, but he was going to go number 2.
Oh, he was going to go in that slot.
Pick. Yeah.
Yeah, so whoever traded up for him. Bubba waited to 2:30.
I think that Travis is going to be a number 1, but they also have Brian Thomas Jr. who's a number 1. So, I mean, it's having 2 number 1s is good for Trevor Lawrence. Like Randy Moss and Chris Carter, the smaller version. Shedeur got sacrificed last night to be the storyline for yesterday and today. Mel Kiper fucking putting him as the 4th best player in the draft was set him up for failure. No, Trevor Lawrence got his money. He's locked in for a while.
Well, and you know, Seth, if you're Shedeur, it takes a little bit of sting if you're the first guy in the second taken. It takes a little bit of sting out of it.
I think it really all goes away once you get drafted and once you know a team wants you.
Right. But like if you're the number one guy in 2 and you saw what Cleveland did, then it doesn't fuck with you so bad.
It normally only does when you are at the draft and you have to come back the next night.
Yeah, when they had to, maybe he was smart on not going up there knowing that this could happen.
They know.
Just like Travis knew he needed to be there because he was going, right?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Jacksonville's GM is 34 years old.
How old's the coach? How old's Liam?
Liam's 39, I believe.
Oh, okay. Holy fuck. That was Tom Brady's boy, too.
Was it?
No, well, the GM.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
How about it? Glad you're getting to hear to me. It's Lasker, and you need to know. God ain't going to put money in our pocket. Help out your friends. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I got a text from Sarah Lasker. We don't communicate very often, only when there's some times of need. And she said, is there any way that you could send home the AI gene instead of the real gene? I think it would be much easier to deal with if I could just type in what I want my husband to say and act instead of having what comes out of his
Let me tell you something. You have to be somebody to get AI'd.
Well, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I guess you're right on that, Gene.
Okay.
The money's been great today. Thank you. I think a lot of that has to do with AI Gene. PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App.
Thank you, guys.
At the Bubba Army. Hi, who's this?
Hey, Bubba. This is Terry from Navarro. How you doing?
Hi, Terry from Navarro. How are you?
Where's Navarro at?
Good.
Up there in Fort Walton Beach.
Oh.
Yeah. I originally called to talk to you about Shannon Sharp, but watching Gene try to earn his man card through the draft has been much more entertaining.
Yeah, like Gene trying to be a general manager and saying
I
he'd call the Giants.
have never watched a draft in my whole life.
Telling that he'd call the Giants and he'd only offer $4 additional million for a flip-flop applesauce when realistically it's worth 2 first-round draft picks. Yeah, Gene is not going to earn his man card through knowing anything about the NFL draft. We're going to have to try somewhere else.
I'm getting better at it, though.
He's trying.
I watched it last night because of Seth. I watched it because of him.
Seth.
I don't care. We're buddies.
He was so enthused.
Did you hear him earlier? I had to shut him down when he was getting a little crazy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, originally I called was to talk about Shannon Sharp because I've heard you the last few days. I've been wanting to contact you.
And what's your spin on all this?
My spin on this is, are men still this stupid? This game has been going on forever, okay? And, this is totally reads Shades of Gray. And to me, this girl is a joke, okay? I can't stand women like this. They give us a bad name, seriously. And to watch Shannon just totally, you can see it in the words, like you said, listening to the recordings and stuff of the phone call. It's totally Shades of Gray. And if a jury doesn't see that, they're crazy. And here's my biggest question. Why are men not getting non-disclosures? I don't understand that. When these men that are millionaires, these football players, whatever, these sports athletes, why they're not getting non-disclosures from these women is beyond me.
Well, I think you're right, but sometimes criminal activity will supersede a non-disclosure. Now, in my opinion, what Shannon should have picked up on is that her attitude completely changed after he got caught blasting the Michelle chick. You know, she completely flipped and was all about setting him up and setting herself up for a payday. And if he should have, and listen, we can't sit here and be experts, shoulda, woulda, coulda, because I did some stupid stuff on a sex tape too, so I can't say that I'm any better than Shannon Sharp. But that being said, you know, when she starts, and listen, the age disparagement is also kind of creepy as well. At 56, date a hot 35-year-old, not a freshly out of high school, you know, OnlyFans shakedown artist. But when she starts saying, "I don't want to be choked," instead of him, when she's saying that, instead of him saying, "I can just read the headlines now, big black guy chokes white woman," he should have said, "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't plan on choking you. I don't plan on doing anything that you don't want to do." Knowing
But see, she dated him, though.
Well, she did.
Someone helped her.
Well, obviously.
Yeah.
But, you know, that doesn't really, I mean, you're saying, you know, trial and thing. This will never see trial because, I mean,
he's going to hand the $100 million to her?
Yeah, he's going to hand her 60, 70, 80 million in fear of having to go to trial. Because, I mean, not every woman, you know, is as cool as you. And, you know, if and the judge probably would not allow all those prior texts in as evidence. They're only going to allow the newest texts after she said no means no. I mean, you know as well as I do that when a woman says no, that a guy needs to really start backpedaling. If you used to do A, B, and C with your girl, and now A, B, and C is a hard no, something's not right.
Or change it up to where she goes to yes.
Well, I mean, but you know, if it's a hard no like it was, then something's not right. Like you said, there's a bad guy in the woodpile here. She was setting him up the entire time, but in the legal system, she's probably going to prevail.
She's definitely going to get more than a boob job. And the thing about it is, though, is that it seemed like Shannon was still, I hate to call him stupid, okay, because I know he's a smart guy, but could he be this stupid to fall for that? He was still maybe playing the game with her, thinking this is just a, they had that relationship.
Absolutely, you're right. 100%. He was playing the fantasy. We talk dirty. We choke each other out.
She's still 20.
You know, he was still playing that game, and she's, you know,
somebody in the background helping her.
I hate to use a bad expression, but he's playing checkers and she's playing chess.
That's right.
And she's got, you know, the Bugsby guy that might have told her what to say, get him on the phone, record him. Obviously, he didn't know he was being recorded, but it was legal because I think the state that it was recorded in is a one-party state. And, you know, if I'm on the phone and she just arbitrarily says, "I just don't want to be choked anymore," I don't come back with, "I can see the headlines now. Big black guy chokes little white chick." I'm thinking in my head, this is coming out of nowhere. I need to say, "Gabby,
what are you talking about?
What are you talking about? The only time that we've done anything like that is when you've asked for it. If that's not your gig anymore, no problem." Boom. Do you know how much?
I think you're talking out of experience, though, Bubba. A man that is getting a 19-year-old isn't thinking that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
he's thinking with his dong.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure it's a big dong.
No kidding.
And it's got a lot of influence on his thinking. And I think the guy's been perfectly set up. And it's going to be a bad fall. They're going to use the time that he has done this prior on the job site with Fox Sports 1. It doesn't look good for him. I'm just telling you, as innocent as he may be, he's been set up absolutely perfectly. and she's going to get paid, and he may lose his livelihood in some capacity.
All over a new car smell.
All over some 20-year-old, poontang.
Yep.
So,
okay, well, that's all I wanted to say. You guys have a good weekend.
all right, Mama. Good talking to you. Thanks for listening. Florida Man Radio, 103.1.
I'm trying to get my man card.
Yeah.
The heck was that about?
She's saying you got a woman saying you don't know much about football there, big boy.
No kidding.
This might be a big Charlie again.
Oh, yeah. If Charlie, if it's you,
kill him.
I just got to say, I don't have a lot of time, buddy. I'm so late. So you have a great weekend, my friend. We got Bubba one.
But no, Clem, I love your show, Clem. Just one question, Clem.
I was on Reddit and I was reading all these things.
Yeah.
Did you hear the
Seth,
story
I don't
about the
even need
handicap
Charlie.
person?
I just need you to play Charlie.
God, Clem.
Did you hear about the handicap kid that was arrested?
Clem.
He was a very good kid. He was a good kid.
Clem.
He was just eating free chicken for about a year.
Clem.
Free chicken for about a year is probably worth about $35,000.
I don't know if free chicken for a year is worth $35,000.
With the second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter, wide receiver, defensive back from Colorado.
How about the football IQ? How about the work ethic? How about counting players on the field, guys, scoring a game when he's out there playing on both sides?
And Gene, you've not seen a lot of this guy because you don't watch football.
No, I haven't never seen him before. I watched him last night, though.
He is fun to watch. He
There's
is
two guys
really,
in pink, the white guy in the pink and him in the pink.
He's really fun to watch.
He looks like a good player.
You know what? He's a good kid.
Okay.
He's a really
looks like he's a good player. Looks like a good athlete.
He's the guy that plays both positions.
That's my new hero right there.
He plays.
He just wants to smash some people too.
He plays cornerback, and he plays a slot and or wide receiver. So the second round goes Cleveland, Houston, Tennessee, Cleveland, Raiders, New England, Chicago. Seth, who are they saying? What are they saying about Chicago in the second round?
Running back.
Travion
Henderson, Ohio State.
Then they got the Saints, and then the Bears get another.
Yes, sir.
What are they talking there?
Defensive lineman.
How did they get those? Was it a trade or something?
One of those picks is from the when they fleeced the Carolina Panthers in the Bryce Young trade.
Oh yeah. My Packers.
We got a lot of rules.
Lummy, then the Buccaneers come in at 21st in the second round. What are they saying for?
Will they get anybody?
Defense, probably an edge rusher or linebacker.
And I think the Packers are thinking. I think the Packers are either cornerback, linebacker, or edge. I think.
Yeah, the defense.
Bubba, will you play the Clay Matthews thing from last night? Because people are hitting us up like we haven't seen it at all.
Roger, but I just got off the phone with the President, Donald Trump. He asked me to pass a message along.
Now, mind you, this is in Green Bay.
Look at Wayne up there.
Lil Wayne. By the way, Lil Wayne's a big Packer fan. He's the one. When they played the Pittsburgh Steelers for Super Bowl, whatever, he did the green and yellow.
Where's he at?
Yellow. Right here, Lil Wayne's right here
with the hairdo.
He's a rapper.
Yeah. And
he's got some good rapping songs, right?
This is he's one of
the best, right?
Arguably one of the better ones. Yes. Yeah. Now this is Clay Matthews. He's a former outside linebacker, number 52 for the Green Bay Packers, and then went on. Lummy, where'd he go? I think he went to
Rams.
The Rams.
That was it. I think he just played for those two teams.
And so what the NFL does is they take former players to announce who the team's taking. Like when we just watched the Travis Hunter pick. That was a famous Jacksonville Jaguar. So this is Clay Matthews. They're in Green Bay. The draft's in Green Bay this year.
This was the first one then.
This is the first one they've ever had in Green Bay. Yes. For years, the draft was always at the Waldorf Astoria, New York City. And then what was the first year they strayed, Lummy? Was it Nashville?
Yes, I believe so.
And then from Nashville, they went to like Detroit. Last year was Detroit. They're going to move the draft around every year. You know what? It'll end up being down here, I promise you.
That would be awesome. Probably at Emily.
Well, I know you guys will be there. Jeez.
Probably not. So Clay Matthews, former Packer, is here to make announcement, and he says he just got off the phone with the President Donald Trump. Now, obviously, when you hear the payoff, he didn't.
Real quick, Roger, but I just got off the phone with the President Donald Trump. He asked me to pass a message along to all 32 NFL franchises. So let me tell you what it reads here, all right? It says, my fellow Americans, the Bears still suck!
The what? The Bears still suck.
Oh, he did not say that.
I mean, even Seth, a Bears fan, pops on that
dude,
deal.
that was a perfect setup.
I mean, that was.
Why is it? That's their team that they always fight.
The longest rivalry in the NFL are the Green Bay Packers and the Chicago Bears. They've been playing since 1921.
Okay.
They have the largest, by far, rivalry of any two teams, and they're in the same division. Did we have a shooting in Miami yesterday?
Shooting in Miami every day.
Oh, yeah.
You're right. You're right. This isn't anything special.
No.
There's a shooting in Miami every day. Please, right?
Yeah.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
In the air, like looking like want to grab onto you, and he was riding the tail out.
They're just getting ready for it so they can get right to the back of the head.
Oh yeah.
That's what they're getting ready for.
All right, we got to get into this next.
They don't pop them in public anymore. They just try to tie them up and then duct tape them up, electric tape the face, and then get away from people, and then
they take them back to their place usually.
Yeah.
I dealt with a gator guy.
But back in the day, they used to get them right there at the water, and then pick them up dead. You know, a little bit of blood on the tailgate and stuff. That didn't go good with the people.
No, yeah.
Now they were worked out, so now they're not allowed to do that.
That's other gator guys.
So them hunters are, it's a little bit more of a struggle because now they got to pin them down and tape them up.
Only, yeah, but if they're like out, if they get it where no one's around.
Oh, we know it's around, yeah. They're not taping themselves, yeah. But if anybody's, most of the time people are around because the people that want to tell you they're there, they got a problem.
Yeah, they want to do.
My buddy Jimmy Dial, him and his partner, they had four cards to go get 4 gators. So I go with them on the second night, and I'm gonna tell you something. We have 21-foot boat, airboat, and the alligator was as big as the airboat, if not a foot bigger. Okay.
Yeah.
When the fucking thing was as long as the boat, and I'm looking at the head, at the deck, at the edge. And I turn back like this, and it's slipping water onto the bottom.
Don't you hit him with a bang stick?
Well, the bang stick is a 12-gauge shotgun, really.
You don't want to use a 12-gauge shotgun; it will ruin the meat because you want to sell the head too. They got a little.
Yeah, we have to sell the head. Oh, I got that head. I saved that one, and we buried it. And
you don't want to ruin the meat. You don't want to ruin the skin.
No, you don't want to ruin the skin either. They know right where to put.
So how do you kill them?
You put it right between their eyeballs in the back of their head, their skull. And
Yeah,
they'll
right
do it to
there.
your
Because
brain.
you don't use none of the skin on the top of the head.
No, but you want to save
Neck down.
You want to save the skull.
The skull.
Yeah, you can sell the skull. Every part of the gator can be sold.
Yeah.
They just bleach it.
Yep. Even the claws.
Yep. Claws.
I want to tell you something. That year we ate some gator bites, nuggets, man. Jesus. They marinated them for like a week. And then cooked them.
Yeah, that's on the wild caught gator too. Because the wild caught gator is fishy. Because gator's meat, it's whatever you eat.
Yeah, whatever you eat. So and they eat a lot of fish. So, but the guy, I can't think of his name, but he's Jimmy Doll's cousin. That dumbass is a great cook, and so he got his marinated and then rolled them in the like flour or whatever, and deep fried them.
Yeah, they are.
He's a deep fryer. But he's so dangerous at it though, because this shit catches on fire all the time. Because he makes his oil so hot, it's too hot. It's borderline, just puff up in fire. But that's what singes the outside and not the inside, supposedly, or however. But the shit catches on fire all the time, and as soon as it pops in the air, hits the fire on the side. Oh, catches on fire. I ain't lying. Can't think of his name, man. He's a crazy dude too.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Gene Lasker has been quite the handful today.
No, that wasn't me.
Well, that was
You
your
got
AI.
my AI, dude.
Oh, the AI.
I've been quiet. I ain't said nothing all day. Kind of bored.
Don't forget Bubba 199 tonight. That'll be live on Rumble and also live on our Twitch channel, both of which are at the Bubba Army. It's my birthday party. I think Big Red's coming to the studios early to cook. I told him not to go too crazy on the deal.
So that means he will.
8 to 10, that's tonight, Bubba 199. Now, if I'm going to leave you with this story, and I think maybe Seth got it for me. Maybe you did, Lummy. I don't know.
I did. I found it ridiculous.
Yeah, man. This is I don't know how they do it. Sperm racing.
That's what I was trying to figure out.
Donors talk trash before the main event. Spill training secrets and pump up expectation. The world's first ever. Now, Lummy, does this story tell it, or is this just an advertisement, you think?
It should. It lasted yesterday. It did.
Was capable of
That's
living
an
a healthy
advertisement,
life.
but-
I'm just
Oh, okay. Hi.
Right. So is this it? I mean, maybe I need to. I don't think I could do sperm racing because I don't think I have any. So I got a vasectomy, which cuts out all your sperm. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have ejaculant,
and the results were not good.
but I don't have any
So
sperm.
you got to look under a microscope to watch the race?
I think you do.
What?
Well,
Yes.
they're going to have a high.
I think they're gonna have like an overhead projector that is showing it against the wall. But I don't know if I can ever get out of this goddamn commercial
to win.
Jesus.
Check out joinmochi.com.
How about giving me the story?
There are thousands and thousands of people who were eligible to be the competitors here. Why'd they choose you guys?
I think we're both really good candidates. We're able to, lock in under pressure. And I think both of our missions are to be the healthiest we can possibly be.
Wyatt Earth, $100.
Dirt track sperms, Wyatt Earth, $100. Love you, buddy.
Top of being the
Wyatt Harris,
the most healthy we can be. We also want to be the first professional sperm racers, and we were the ones that could take it to that level that it needs to be.
Yeah, they had
What do you race, Gene? I race sprint cars. What do you race? I race late models. What do you race? Sperms. Sperms.
Kind of a scouting process. It was actually this guy who was the chairman of the sperm race league. But essentially, they would come around. They would get notes from people on who takes health seriously, like who actually cares, who's been already doing it. Because your sperm for 70 days is made. So we needed people who are already healthy because this is the last second event.
How do you guys prepare for this? So I know we spoke to the organizers who said that.
I mean, it's on TMZ.
A lot of this has to do with biomarkers, and that there are certain things that you can do to be healthier when it comes to fertility. So I'd imagine that's been part of your regimen, guys?
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that you can really fix your own fertility. You can, of course, it's a lot up to genetics. That's the main component. But you can fix your diet, you can fix your lifestyle. And so what we've been doing, we tested our biomarkers, we got blood work done, and we can see what we're deficient in. And so I was deficient in vitamin D, some B12, and I can see that like my testosterone is way higher than Asher's. So I know I'm just going to win the race. And I can see everything that I can, be better in.
I mean, I got to be honest with you. If you're just looking at the two, the guy on the left does look like he might have some faster sperm.
These dudes aren't real.
So,
you don't think, Seth, you don't think this is real?
These are a couple of bros that are up to something.
My diet, I'm taking the right
This
supplements.
is going to be held at the Hollywood
I'm working out every day.
It's going to be held where?
The arena in L.A.
It's also recommended.
When is this sperm race taking place?
Tonight.
Be sexually
active. Over 1,000 people have already bought tickets.
Now, hold on. 1,000 people have bought tickets.
And it's going to be online. You can watch it.
Are they going to have it on pay-per-view?
It looks like yes.
What's the pay-per-view domain?
That's what I'm looking for.
A window from 3 to 4.
So what? Now, let me ask you a question. Just how do they do it? Do they both ejaculate into like a petri dish, and then they throw
camera on it?
I don't know. Like they both ejaculate into a petri dish, and then they have like an egg, a fertile egg at the very and they have two petri dishes, and they dump both guys' sperms. One guy gets put in petri dish A, other guy gets put in petri dish B, and the egg is at the very far of the petri dish, and the guy A or B who sperm burrows into the egg wins. Now, at that point, haven't you conceived a child and you better throw it away immediately?
So watery sperm will beat the thicker one?
The what?
The watery sperm will beat the thicker sperm?
Gene, to be honest with you, we don't know which sperm wins, the watery or the thicker.
The little dudes are inside of that gimmick, right?
Sperm production. So we're taking everything very seriously. We're looking at this as being in, like getting the LeBron treatment for sperm racing.
I sent how they detail it.
So what
it says it explains in detail.
Yeah, I'm very interested in this. Seth says,
that's my guy right there.
Check this out. Ready? When Homeboy used to. This is.
I'd say he hit that ball.
We were telling Gene Lasker how good of an athlete Bo Jackson was. This is Bo Jackson highlights. Just watch it for a few seconds.
Damn, 4 rows from the top. Make it eye.
No, watch it. Oh no, he's the outfielder here.
Oh. Dude's got a square head, man. You know he's an athlete.
Give the ball.
Damn, he makes money. Look at that.
Oh yeah, hold on, wait till you see. This is him in the no nonsense. Really
dropping the ball before you get to the
very humble, very soft spoken.
A real player.
You're right. Well, check this out. Check this out, Gene. Watch this.
That's a tough dude.
Now watch his arm. Watch him gun this guy down.
All the way to third.
Yeah.
Got him out.
That's why he played with the White Sox.
Wow.
More. I want Gene to see the broken over the back.
To X out of this, and then the next video right after it has the broken bat.
Okay.
Just being the broken bat.
Right. This guy was an animal, Gene. Right here.
And he does this because he's upset with himself.
Watch.
Shabu.
Jackson with a broken bat, one hopper, right back to Aldridge, and the Royals are out.
Watch this, Gene. I mean, you know how, I mean, that's a whole nother level of animal.
Yes.
Now, you sent me, to close the show out, you sent me the ins and outs of sperm racing.
Yeah, hopefully it explains it. It's supposed to.
I'm not joking. This is real. The world's first sperm race is being organized in Los Angeles. Yes, you heard it right. The headline reads, Ready, Set, Swim, world's first sperm race set to take place in Los Angeles. Featuring high-resolution cameras, microscopic racetracks, and even a live audience to watch it all unfold. So let's dive deep into the details.
Yeah, why would you take
what
kids?
exactly is this
kids.
event?
They were like 10.
How is it going to be conducted? What's the purpose behind it? Let's break it all down. What is the sperm race? The world's first sperm race will be held on April 25th in Los Angeles, USA. This is being called an unconventional sporting event, something no one ever imagined at the Hollywood Palladium, a very iconic venue
Trying to fast
in LA.
forward, allow me to the high
Over
school.
1,000 spectators are expected to attend the event. What exactly is a sperm race? Simply put, live human sperm cells will compete against each other on a microscopic racetrack that mimics the female reproductive track. This track will include curves, obstacles, and fluid flow dynamics, designed to simulate a real-life journey of sperm toward the egg. The purpose? Just like a traditional race determines the winner, this race will determine which sperm reaches the finish line first. But again, this may also raise objections. So yes, it's controversial, but it's also innovative. A wild...
Yeah.
This is not real.
If I don't let you go on that one, Gene, how about this one? Federally funded masturbation lessons for children. Boulder Valley Health Center, an abortion clinic in Colorado, is hosting a free sex ed summer camp for children, which will teach them about gender ideology and everything related to sex, body, sexuality, sexual feelings, and justice. They will also want to teach kids about consenting to sex and pleasure in all sorts of ways. We will talk about everything related to sex, body, sexuality, sexual feelings, media power, and justice. And we will talk about, it says here, pleasure in all sorts of way, self-love, and so much more. It's masturbation for camp for 5th and 6th graders and 7th and 8th graders.
Wow. My kid's not going there.
No, your kid will be powder coating all summer long. Working his ass off, driving a forklift.
Making a living.
Poor guy. You know what? Your poor guy probably wants to masturbate and can't. He's so scared. You got him so scared.
I don't know about that.
We will be back tonight at 8 o'clock. It's the Bubba 199 birthday division, or birthday show, I should say. It'll be live on Rumble, and it'll be live on Twitch, both at the Bubba Army. That starts at 8 o'clock p.m. tonight. A very full house, Lummy. A very full house indeed. Seth, have a great weekend.
All right, I'll see you.
Gene, have a good weekend. Lummy, I'll see you tonight.
See you.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.